my show. Said, alright, just give me all the details, man. And my homie says he don't know. Well, if you're gonna pay me big bucks, guess I might should have something to say. He said, you know what I bring? I'm the customizing king. Nothing else matters anyway. So is he gonna have guests? I don't know. Is he gonna go live? I don't know. What time will it be? What will you see? I'm pretty much in the dark, but I can guarantee you'll be customizing action figures, getting paint all on his fingers. It's art by Ackerman. It's art by Ackerman. Tips and tricks and conversation, sharing his gift with every nation. It's art by Ackerman. Art by Ackerman. You best get ready, cause now it's time for Art by Ackerman.
Welcome, folks, to an exciting dual stream between Art by Ackerman and the Legion's ladies. Ladies, how are you doing today?
Curtis,
good.
Good.
Fantastic.
I am excited. This is going to be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at this! We got Jeffrey popping on with us too. So, Jeffrey Evans, how you doing? So we've got myself, Curtis. We got Tanya, Amber, Stacy, and Jeff. We got some Legions ladies. We got some Mod Squad. And we're going to be talking some dragon customizing. So, yeah. First off, you guys all back the dragon at this point, right? Everybody's pulled the trigger. Looking at you, Jeff. You pulled the trigger, Jeff?
Almost.
Oh, almost. All right.
It's more of a conversation between two partners,
Gotcha.
and I'm slowly greasing the palms. So.
Okay, all right. So we're going to talk about some different ideas for customizing the dragon, whether it's doing any sort of third party swapping, doing some sculpting, doing some painting. I know I've had a few people that I've reached out to that are doing custom. I've got some ideas from them. I got one person's going to jump on here in a little bit. If there's anybody else out there that is planning on customizing a dragon, would like to jump in and chat with us, make sure you hit me up and we'll shoot you a link. But ladies, any of you planning on customizing a dragon at this point?
No.
You can't customize a thing.
Yeah, Tanya? Maybe? Nice.
Did you buy two, Tanya?
Weird. Maybe.
That's awesome.
It is, and you guys know as well as I do, it is like, $550 for the dragon, and you're gonna put paint on it, and my hands are sweating just thinking about it.
Yeah.
But Kevin and I were just downstairs talking about getting a second one, and so whether we get the second one and I customize it, or whether we get the second one and then we sell it, I don't know at this point, but we are talking about getting a second one. So I'm super excited. If we do get a second one and customize it, like, now I've got to really think about it. Because before now, like, I haven't really thought about, other than like black and purple, I think is the colorway that I would go with. But like, I haven't really really thought it out. But like the spikes on the dragon, like, I wouldn't want to change those because they are, they're beautiful the way that they are. So I wonder if you could like tape them off.
Yeah. So typically if I've got something on a figure that I don't want to change the color of, if I can't avoid it easily, whether it's through, priming or dry brushing or whatever, what I'll do is just throw some blue tack over it. I've heard of other people using silly putty or whatever, just to kind of cover that area, and you can paint all around it. And then you pull that stuff off, and then it's good to go. So yeah, there's definitely parts that you could keep on it the way that it is, and then just paint other parts. I think in my mind, like, I know when, some people, when they heard that we were getting a dragon, they're like, oh, well, I hope it's this, or I hope it's that. I hope it's gold. I hope it's black. I hope it's red, whatever. If I mean, I'm not saying you can't get one just to paint it a different color, because you definitely could, but you
Right.
may get that color down the road. That's the only problem. Like, if you
Well-
go and get it and then you paint it and then you get something pretty close to it. But what I've heard a lot of people do is like talk about being inspired by another dragon in some other form of media, whether it's Tolkien or Motu or some sword and sorcery movie that you've seen or whatever. Is there anything like that like for you, Tanya, that you would say, man, that it would be kind of cool to do it after this?
So, and
or just a
Yeah.
colorway that you think is so unique that they probably wouldn't get to it anyways, like a combo.
like I don't know, because I think the possibilities are so vast.
Mm-hmm.
We're probably going to get a red dragon.
I would say,
I mean,
there's a good chance.
We're
Yeah,
probably going to get a red dragon. We are probably going to get an ice dragon. I mean, we're going to get a blue, light blue. I can see us getting an ice dragon.
I wouldn't say it's a guarantee, but I could see it. I would say if they make, let's just assume they make 4 more dragons, because originally they said 5 pillars, 5 dragons. Now I know they've backtracked on that a bit, but let's assume we get 4 more dragons. I think 1 is definitely red. 1 is probably black, maybe even a gold, right? So then, then it's like, what is the last one?
Yeah. And I would think like because I think north, south, east, west, and underground. I mean, I think those are the ones, the way that I've heard it. So north, I can see ice, I can see, white, blues, that colorway. And then underground, I can definitely see black. But like with underground, wouldn't they go for like a skelly?
It's possible. Yeah. I don't know that I mean, you got to think though, one thing that Jeremy has told us is they're going to try to get the use out of their tooling, right? So you're not going to see the same exact parts that are in Beyithirr, but they're going to try to use a lot of the parts that they've done for Beyithirr, right?
Yeah.
But would they do like an entire skeleton dragon? I mean, we said they wouldn't do a skeleton horse, and then they did that. So, you never know, but I don't know. I'm not sure.
At this point, I hate to say never say never. I mean, you don't know. But I don't know. And I guess for me, it's all about like what rolls around in my head, not so much as what is out there now. I've heard lots of people say the black and purple, like Maleficent, and I had to go look up a picture because I couldn't even like remember what her dragon looked like. It's and I don't know why, but it just didn't dawn on me. But I love the way that the black and purple look together.
Yeah,
and I just think it would make a really, really nice looking dragon. Yeah,
I could see that. I Zombie earlier said that he just can't afford to drop money to do a custom on this, but he would love to see one in color shift paints. I could definitely see like color shift paints being fantastic for this.
Yeah.
Or like the way they did Arakagor's like pearlescent metallic type.
Yeah.
Yeah,
For sure. I could see that.
Yeah.
Now that you mention it, I did. Hang on.
That's fine. I'll pull this up from Brick here. He says, respect to all those customizing their bays. I'm going to love seeing everyone's creativity on this epic canvas. It's going to be interesting. I mean, anybody that takes this, it is a huge undertaking. Yeah, for sure. See, yeah, that's beautiful. Like something like that would be awesome.
I use the color shifting on this, and you're right. I mean, that would make a beautiful dragon.
Yeah, because I find that the color shift really looks awesome when there's a bunch of like sculpted details in there too, right? And that dragon just has a ton. Alex here says, I feel like customizing also hinges on this question. will this one be the biggest? Like, will we have space for 5 pillars without dedicating half a house to it? Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. We got Jeremy here. Hey, Jeremy.
Jeremy.
Jeremy?
Look, I wore my Figment shirt because it's a dragon.
Nice. Very nice.
I got my dragon shirt on too.
Uh,
I think I'm the first with the shirt, so pretty
Yeah,
excited.
mine didn't get here in time.
Oh. So I've only got a couple minutes, guys. I'll jump back onto this live stream. I know you guys are going until what time? 3?
Yeah, 3. Yep.
Yeah, so I'll jump back on in a bit. But before, I know you're just kicking it off, so I wanted to give you an update. As of 11 a.m., we are at 2,150 epic wings, 2,885 fiery breath, and Beyithirr is at 3,621. So we are now just 379 away from Beyithirr's fury.
We're getting there, folks.
Yeah.
We're getting there.
A little bit at a time.
3,600 mark.
Every time I come on and do one of these updates, we're getting 20, 30, 40, 50 more. So that's adding up and it's, really building. We're at 11:11 now. So we've got just under 12 hours left, guys.
Well, this 4-hour segment here, we're trying to target the folks that maybe have already purchased one, but now they're thinking about getting an extra one to see what they can do customizing wise. So Jeremy, as somebody that was obviously you have a lot of other stuff going on nowadays, but you definitely are a pretty prolific customizer yourself. If you weren't associated with the Horsemen and you were just doing the customizing thing and you saw this, what would be your initial thoughts for wanting to customize this? What would be some ideas that would go through your head?
So I'll tell you what I wouldn't do. Personally.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do any of the obvious things. I wouldn't do a red dragon. I wouldn't do a black dragon. Yeah,
that's what we were just talking about. Yeah.
Like those are all the things that if we're going to do other dragons, and with the success of this, we're going to do other dragons. Those are some of the colors and ideas that are going to be on the table. So personally, I would avoid that. I would try to do something that's a little more unexpected. Looking at Beyithirr with all those horns and everything and just the scales and stuff, I would probably turn him into more of like a rock drake type look. So I would go, he's already got the forest look with the greens. I'd probably lean into that a little bit, but go really heavy on the browns, like really do something that feels almost like there's actual like lizards that look like rock where they're sitting there on brownish rocks. And until they move, you don't even notice that they're not a part of the rock formation itself. Yeah. That's what I would do. If I'm going to get one of these to customize, which I very well may, I would go with a rockish version.
Yeah. So Corey, so I put a post out in the Cabal. Anybody that's, thinking about customizing these, would love to have you come on and talk about it. One of the people that replied was Corey Schotzenhofer, and he wasn't able to make the stream. He's got other things going on, but he wanted me to share his idea. And I think that kind of falls in the category of what you're talking about, doing something unique. And he was thinking something along the lines of Falkor from Neverending Story and actually flocking one, like doing a white dragon, flocking it. And I think, that's a very unique take on it that you could definitely say, like, I don't see you guys doing a flocked dragon. Now, maybe you will, but I think that's far enough out there that's pretty safe. So
it is going to be interesting to see what the community does with it.
Chris has ideas on that, by the way.
No, I mean, I've always loved the idea of like a community art project. It's why I think that the, 1,000 Swigs at Legion's Con was so incredibly impressive, because everyone was working off that same base figure. And, with the dragon, the fact that there's really, when this gets released, there's going to be no other parts in our library that snap onto it. you're very much limited to working within the dragon, within what you have. And how are you going to be creative within those confines? You know, customizing legions, it's so oftentimes that we, you know, use the rest of the legions library. We use 3D parts. We use parts from other toy lines. The dragon is going to be difficult to do any of those things with. 3D parts are, you know, certainly the most likely, especially for the head. So I think that seeing the custom versions of these, there's going to be almost like a sense of purity in terms of them working within that package itself. And it's going to be really interesting to see the array of ideas we get.
I know one thing that I've heard some people talk about from a 3D print perspective wise is, and it could be something that you guys do down the road anyway, but I've heard people say, well, it'd be cool if some third-party printer came up with some sort of two-headed neck piece that attached to it so that you could use both those heads. So if you bought the add-on with the flame set, you could use both heads at the same time.
That would be absolutely amazing. I've heard that. Some people have asked for a version without the wings. This version doesn't come with plugs, like, you know, Kragnar, how pull out his extra arms. People have asked for that. That's a Drake. That's a dragon without wings is a Drake. So that would certainly be cool. It would almost be a shame to pull the wings off the dragon because they're such an expensive part of the figure already. So you're kind of paying for those. But I could certainly see some third-party people plugging up those holes to create a Drake with the figure. That makes sense. And then, like I said, extra heads. I mean, Carlo just jumped on. He was at Legion's Con with one of his amazing, like, Asian-inspired dragon heads, and, you know, him putting it up to the dragon, it was an absolutely stunning look.
Yeah, I'm sure that Carlo and several of the other folks are going to have some awesome parts. Real quick, though, I do have to pull another person on here. And I didn't think that he was invited to the telethon. I think specifically we left him off of this. But somehow he got in here anyways. It's
so
Pete
good.
McCarthy.
It's great.
Oh boy.
I love how he's linking though in your bull. Yeah. No, whatever. We all know
Hi, Pete.
Hi guys.
How's it going?
I was doing great, and then I got pulled into backstage and had to listen to Gerard go on and on and on about some dragon. So, how's everybody doing today?
Fantastic.
Good.
Perfect. Jeremy, when's the last time you slept, buddy?
I slept last night.
Did you?
I'm still in my PJs.
Nice. Nice.
It's nice working from home.
I'm just past the 14-hour streaming mark. So
have you been streaming
Curtis,
the
are
entire
you doing
time?
all 24 plus hours?
I'm doing all 24. Yep.
Oh my goodness, dude.
So, but I did try to take a nap beforehand. It just didn't work. So, so I've actually been up since like 6 o'clock yesterday morning.
Did you take tomorrow off?
No. No, it's all right. I'll be good. So Pete, you know, you weren't invited to this telethon, but you kind of found your way in here anyway. What's going on?
So we're live on the More It's Gonna Kill Me podcast on this beautiful Sunday morning. Currently, right now, we're live on YouTube. We have about 10 times more people watching us than watching you. No big deal. But what I really love is, so this whole thing goes down, and then there's a big flyer, right? And I find out that they're doing an entire 24-hour telethon for the dragon, for the 4 horsemen. Didn't even mention it to the 4th horseman. Okay, it is what it is. I immediately got offended when I realized that, because I found this out while I was on Legion's Ladies, which was a blast, by the way. And I found out that they weren't included either. And I was like, what in the hell is wrong with Curtis? And then something changed, because like within minutes, it said Legion's Ladies on the flyer. And I thought, well, apparently it's much easier than I thought to be involved in this. So I didn't know what really to do with my feelings or my emotions. I wasn't sure how to kind of unpack everything that I was feeling. And then Cornboy called us live on the air, and I was like, we're better than all of you. So that
was after he talked to us for 3 hours on our stream.
Yeah,
That's
not
cool.
even close. On a stream, on a public link stream, you let me in. Did he call you a bastard? Because,
No, but he did have us all flick you guys off.
oh yeah, he
so.
totally called me a bastard to my face through the phone. So
My face.
yeah, but
Awesome. Well, just so everybody's aware, as far as the numbers go, yeah, you've got 43 people watching your stream. There's 87 here, so just FYI. So
yeah, well, there's a lot of lame people in the cabal that you advertised to. So I will say it was what I thought was the best, and I just noticed Gerard left, and I apologize for scaring him off, but I did find it funny that this got a lot of hype, and then like the Horseman had to come out and be like, "Hey, just so you know, these people are doing this. This is not us. This is a standalone thing. It's not official Horseman. It's not backed by the Horseman." Gerard shows up to public events wearing "My wife is going to kill me" swag, but yeah, we don't do. This is these guys going rogue. So I was glad they did that. I didn't want you all to inadvertently drag down the Horseman. So that's good.
yeah. Actually, the first hour of the telethon was only studio people. Like
I don't believe that for 1 second, but I'll never watch to verify. So no, it's cool. It's absolutely cool what everybody's got going on, and the hype around and it's very funny to me because the hype of all of this is matching the enormity of what this toy is. I mean, this thing's incredible, right? Mm-hmm. And the way the community has come back and everything, the bigger the toy, the bigger the price tag, the bigger the shipping, the more everybody's on fire about it. And then also the bigger jerk faces people become. Everything grows exponentially together, right? The more people that are happy, the more people that are upset, the more people that are like, I pushed the button wrong and I bought a dragon I can't afford and the Horseman won't answer me. I'm sorry. Hey, Tanya, I stubbed my toe. Can you go back in time and move the coffee table? It's not Tanya's fault I stubbed my toe. Grow up. So, at any rate, it's great to see everybody's smiling faces. And I'm going to let you get back to the real content because we've got these toys. I don't know if you guys have heard of them or not, but they are by Ideas from Mars, the Defenders of Eden Armies of Ashmore that we are getting ready to what's the word when you talk about them, Steve?
It's called review.
Review, yes. We're going to review them, and we're going to talk about them a little bit because since there's not anything else going on in the toy world today, we definitely should talk about these toys. So,
well, I did see that Steven was working very hard to ship people's orders out for Armies of Ashmore.
Yeah, I mean, very hard and working loose terms, yes. But it was, so, well, cool. You guys have a good rest of your day. Curtis, meth will help you get through the day.
Appreciate that.
All right.
Thank
Later
you,
on,
Pete.
guys.
Bye, Pete.
Bye.
So Carlo, I know you've got a deadline. You've got some other stuff that you got to get done. But as far as customizing on the dragon, so what things are you thinking from a part standpoint, from a paint standpoint? Like, what are some things that are going through your head?
All right. Well, thanks for having me on, Curtis. And
absolutely.
Hi, ladies and Jeff.
Hi.
Hello.
So I mean, obviously, everybody saw the Eastern dragon head that kind of popped on to the dragon. I think that for me, I'm probably going to do 5 or 6 different sculpts as far as dragon heads go. Whether or not we make them available for sale, is a different thing. I'm just kind of making them for myself to start out with to see if I like them. But definitely, I'm going to try to pop that head on the dragon. As far as like neck pieces and things like that. So like how like the neck is segmented, but it's all stuck together as one solid piece. I think they're going to rotocast that. So I've heard people talk about like making different necks or turning that neck and using that neck 3 times. I think from a customizing standpoint, it wouldn't be that difficult to print out little segments, so you could actually make different neck shapes. And it wouldn't be that gigantic print that could fail, like the elephant head that you guys had at Wolf King.
Yeah.
So I think making you could do in theory like the 3-headed dragon like Ghidorah or like Tiamat like you guys were talking about earlier, but I think that's still big scope. As far as like 3D parts, I know that we've done claws for Perry. and for his troll customs. And when I had that paw next to the dragon paw, they were about the same. They were about the same size. So I think as far on my end goes on our printer and everybody else's printer, a 6-inch print bed, which is the minimum that most people have, I think you'll start seeing files that are like different feet, maybe double claws, and I think it's up in the air, or they didn't confirm whether or not it'd have 4 grabby claws. I know people have asked for that. So not that I would want to copy their claws, but I think you're going to see possibly claws for the dragon, definitely heads. I think a lot of people have dragon heads already that are very close to fitting the size of Beyithirr's head. So when I held my head up next to his head, it was very close. So once actually people get that in hand, I think you're going to see. I mean, I've seen amazing dragon head sculpts from the whole 3D print community already. So that's going to be fun, and that's not even like you have to paint the whole dragon. You just have to match the dragon head, that dragon head, to the color of Beyithirr. So that's where we're thinking with that. Like, I don't see anybody outside of maybe somebody doing the big FDM prints like Steph does over at Detour. You're not going to see wings, I don't think so, out of resin. So maybe somebody will try to put together some wings. I'm not going to attempt that. And as far as painting the dragon goes, you talk about the color shift. That's where I was leaning towards.
Gotcha.
The color shift. So I did about 10, 15 years ago. I painted with color shift paint. It was green to gold. I think there's a little bit of brown in there as well. So I'm pretty much going to try to recreate as much as that in the second Beyithirr I got. So we'll see how that goes. That's my plans.
Brick something here says, where can folks see Carlo's work? So best places would be go to your Instagram, Mortal Collections.
Yeah, Immortal Collections. We stopped putting stuff out for the winter because we print during the winter and it fails all the time. So so you won't see that many printing stuff from us, but we're starting to sculpt some more things and finish up some stuff from last year that we put to the side. So that's where you can find me at. We also have a Facebook, but I don't really post on that. So.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about feet for this thing, and as I'm just kind of looking at pictures of it and stuff and trying to think what people could do. Obviously, you've got this very spiky kind of lizardy skin on the legs and stuff, right? There's Oz. Hey, Oz.
Hey guys.
And so as I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, maybe some sort of like turtle type feet or something would be interesting for it, like something that's a little bit, instead of like claws and stuff, but more blocky. And then same thing for the head. Like if I think we were looking at, do you remember, Oz, what that one that Joe was talking about last night that is kind of like a turtleish dragon for D&D? Can't remember the name of it.
I know it started with a T, I think, which makes sense, kind of thinking like a tortoise, but I cannot remember.
Yeah, it was basically like a turtle dragon kind of thing. So it looked like a dragon, but it had like a turtle shell on the back, had more of like a snapping turtle type head. And so like something like that would be kind of cool, like having like a snapping turtle type head on this thing, and then maybe changing the feet out.
I do actually have
this one. Brick's got it. Tarask, I think is it.
Thank you, Brick. Yeah.
So that would be kind of cool.
We did sculpt turtle feet for Perry last year for his turtle custom, and a big shell. I couldn't imagine blowing that shell up any bigger though, because troll scale shell was huge. Yeah. So.
But the feet, I mean, if you're saying that the other troll feet that you did were pretty good size, I mean, it may not take much to kind of adapt them to this.
I don't think it would.
That'd be interesting. Awesome. And then as far as like you're talking about like the segments of the neck and stuff, I'm kind of thinking like, I know Nate Armstrong did like that caterpillar creation thing. And for that, I can't remember who he had do it, but he had somebody do like little segments. Was that you that did the little segments for him? He had somebody did like little connectors, so they connect like all the torsos and stuff. And so, yeah, you could basically do kind of like these just little connector pieces. And like you're saying, like, kind of build the neck up and different ways and stuff.
So with the neck idea, people were talking about why didn't the Four Horsemen just do the full neck articulate like they're doing the tail? And when I was thinking about doing the Eastern Dragon, I was just going to do that head that I did, but smaller. And I was going to just run a wire through it, you know? I think that segments with the wire would work for a custom, but as far as the studio goes, I don't think over time that wire would be as stable as it was. So it would eventually, my hand's going the other way, it would eventually droop, you know what I mean? So I don't think they could put it out like that for a, you know, studio release. But as far as customizers go, if they get that electrician wire, this is a thicker gauge, and they run that through those segments, yeah, you could, in theory, print the segments out and then and have an articulated neck real easily. So.
Well, and we were looking at some different like dragons in media last night. One of them that came up was a movie I hadn't seen, but it's called Reign of Fire. And in one of the shots they showed, it basically just had a sliced off dragon head that's just like laying on the ground as the people are kind of walking by it and stuff. And that kind of goes into what Dylan's saying here, saying he'd love like a stump that you could plug into the bottom of whatever extra head. So like if you bought the extra head with the flame effect and stuff, you're going to have a head that you're not using. And so like a plug that would go into that, making it look like it's a severed head that you could put into like a dio or something like that.
You know, another thing that you're probably going to see is Chucky's Geek Spot's probably going to do some flame effects for that dragon mouth, you know, out of his hot glue. And but you might also see different tongues and different smaller 3D printed fire blasts, because you'd be able to use that big one. It might not hold going straight out, but the smaller ones, a little fireball, a little start of it, you might see people 3D printing those for that mouth, that open mouth as well.
Well, I know one of the first things that I heard anybody ask Stacy was from Brian, and I think he's probably still asleep, but I remember he was asking them about if that flame effect was going to be hollow, because he was immediately thinking about putting some sort of lights in there. And I think last I heard, that's the expectation. Now they don't know as they go through production and things could change, but the expectation is to kind of have that thing be hollow in the middle. You know, any ideas what kind of things he might have in the works for that?
I know he's been thinking a lot and planning. Yeah, he wants to light that thing up. So far, we only bought one of the fire packs, but I think we're gonna have to buy a second pack, because one, I want my own fiery knight. So, but yeah, he has ideas and for to light that up, and then also for dios and stuff.
Yeah, because you know, I mean, if you're gonna have an extra neck and head, you're gonna want to do something with it, right? So, I know somebody, and I'm sorry, I'm terrible with some of this stuff, especially if it's not something I've purchased, but I know somebody out there was doing like these like mounted like things for troll heads, where you could put a troll head and it looked like if you were a hunter or something and you had killed a troll and chopped off his head, and you could like put it like inside of a dio, like on a brick wall, put like this mount thing and put a head on it. Something like that would be kind of cool for a dragon too. All right.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Now, the other aspect of the comment that you made is, instead of like doing the plug for the head, doing a plug for the body. Like what they did for the
like Headless Horseman. Yeah.
Yeah, do that plug for the body.
Yeah.
And a plug for the head, so that, you know, if it chopped off and you had that in a dio, I mean, that would be awesome.
Dorklayer here says take a couple segments off the neck and add a new head. Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to create a different type of creature, maybe it's a dragon-esque creature, but not necessarily a dragon, you could definitely shorten that neck, put a different type of head on, and use that body the same way. Yeah, that would be interesting. So cool. Anything else that you guys are kicking around, Carlo? Anything between, you know, you or Tristan or anything that you guys are thinking of for this?
Well, the second set of wings. So, you know, I'm curious to see which of us are going to try to rip the legs and arms off of it and how easily they're going to be removed, because
Yeah.
you could try to make a wyvern, which is the dragon with just the wings. The question with that would be, do you need an adapter to put the wings where the front legs would be? Another question would be, how ambitious are the 3D printers, and could they try to just produce a smaller body that the wings would plug into? So almost like a troll sized torso, but to house the wings. I think you're going to see a lot of dragon to troll customs swaps too. So I think people are going to take the trolls and talk to Perry.
Yeah.
I think this was on air when we talked, but yeah, he was thinking about putting them extra wings on a troll, of course, right?
Oh,
Because
that's it.
troll,
I
he's
didn't
a
even
troll
think of that,
king.
but that's a great idea. Like if you're getting the extended wings,
And the
to
tail
take
as
those
well.
kind of the more, I mean, they're not folded, but the closed in wings and put those on a
Right.
troll would be awesome.
Yeah, and then the tail would go on a troll. I mean,
Yeah.
Cullen always posts the one head I painted for him, which is like Jason Demon's like lizard troll size head. That head would pop straight on the dragon too and give it a completely different look. But if you combine that head with the tail and the wings, it's just like automatic dragon troll. So,
Yeah, I
but
can definitely see that.
and as far as the Dios stuff goes, like, could you imagine a throne with just the big open mouth Beyithirr head just open behind a throne on a plaque? Like they killed it, and it's just sitting as a trophy behind the king of whatever. That'd be pretty neat. So
That'd be really cool.
That would be cool.
Awesome. So Tanya, did you want me to share this photo that you had sent?
Well, yeah, Kevin's been playing around. We've been talking about customizing the dragon and getting an extra one, and me possibly painting it. And so he is in
Photoshop.
Yeah, Photoshop or Illustrator. I don't know what he's in, but and doing some different colors and stuff. So I may throw up some more that he does throughout the day. But this is something Kevin did just to show a different colorway, and this is cool.
I like that.
Yeah, for sure. That would be neat.
Yeah.
So when you look at this, does that scare you? that amount of work?
Yes. But it scared me before. I mean, like, let's not, the price tag number one, again, my palms are sweaty. But just the size of that dragon. I mean, how long it takes me to complete a custom anyway. I'm not fast. But, I do pay a lot of attention to details and stuff. But for me to actually do a custom that size would take me forever.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of aspects to this, right? Like first off, like you're saying, the cost of it. Second of all, the amount of work, just the intimidation of it. The fact that it's already starting out as this like brilliant work of art, right? So, it's like one of the things that I have a hard time using and customizing is the figure obscura figures, because they just are so freaking perfect, right? Like they come out so good, and it's like, man, I don't want to touch them. But at the same time, like some of them have new parts that you just want to paint, and that's kind of what's going on with this. So, yeah, here's the thing though, like what you've got there is not actually too different from what I was looking at doing.
Oh wow.
So let me pull up this picture here. Now it's obviously different style dragon, but when you look at the color, it's actually might be reverse colors of this. But yeah, let me stop sharing this. So like this is kind of my plan. So it's like kind of flipping those colors a little bit.
Oh yeah.
So this is the Revolution style of Granomir, which is a little bit more of a serious take, I think, than the Filmation. But,
little
but yeah,
bit like the ocean's a little wet.
Yeah. So, but some differences like here the horns and the spikes and stuff is more of a really dark color. But yeah, I do like that kind of between like some sort of a pinkish reddish tone and a purplish tone. I think that would be cool. But
Yeah,
that'd be kind of neat if you did the one the way that Kevin had and I did this one, and they'd almost be like inverse of each other, right? Like like reverse colorways. So
I can see us now taking them all to Legion's Con.
Yeah,
like
at the same table too, right?
Some kind of construction to put them like way up high to get them like they're flying, and yours on one side, mine on the other.
That'd be cool.
That would be awesome.
And then Carlo, I had one more that I wanted to show you that we had kind of looked at last night, and I got so many different windows up here. So this is one that we looked at last night, and this is a wolf dragon.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm looking at this, and it's like kind of what Brick was saying, like if you, I guess, took out a section or two of the neck, you put a smaller like wolf head on there, maybe shorten the tail a little bit and kind of make more of a like a fluffy kind of, it would be a sculpted fur tail.
Right.
And then underneath you could actually just probably add some fur, and really something like this would come to life pretty easily, I think.
Yeah, go ahead, Tanya.
I was just going to say, adding a little bit of fur to the back side of the wings as well. Looks like here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, that would be awesome.
So I've glued fur. Before we came into Legions, Jenny was trying to make dolls, and we did some resin dolls that we actually glued some hair on. We would use super glue and then just the felt that you would brush out into like hair wisps. You can buy them like that, but it came out fur. Like it's not like you cut fur and laid it on there, but you just got to make sure that the fabric and the super glue don't touch your fingers, because it's instant lava. So it burned us pretty good. But when you do dragon heads, they either look more cat-like, more camel-like, and because I've been sculpting them over the last month a little bit just on our live streams we do. So like sometimes they look wolfish, sometimes they look cattish, sometimes they're lizard. Most of the times they're just lizard, So it's like, I see all kinds of different in concept art from throughout the years. They look like, you talked about the Smaug that looked like a cat head, what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, that one would be awesome. I think the bendy part of the tail should be removable. With force, who knows? But like, you should be able to take that last part of the tail off. You could put some fluff on the end of that for sure. And then he actually looks like he's got wolf paws in that picture as well. So
yeah,
you can scale up some wolf looking paws, or there's all kinds of stuff. I think there's more custom ideas than actual dragons we can afford to customize. So maybe we'll see more repaints versus part switches and big things like that. But those are all, I like to see everybody do them as different as they can. You know what I mean? So that would be cool.
Yeah, the thing with most customs that we see in the Cabal is there's a lot of part swapping that you can do, right? Like, so if you're talking about a 1.0 figure or 2.0 or whatever, there's other things that you can mix and match a bunch of the accessories and parts and arms and legs and all that. When you get into things like brute scale, well, then there's only like 3 or 4 brute scale. You get into trolls, there's not a lot that you can swap. You get into this thing, and it's going to be a very unique thing. Like it's by itself. Like, what are you going to swap it with? So now it's part of that customizing, where it's like, do you want to get your Dremel out and start dremeling into this work of art? Do you want to start adding epoxy sculpt to this or green stuff? Do you want to start like sawing parts of this off? How crazy you're going to get with this thing. So yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. I think there's definitely some cool things that you could do with it, but it's how much guts do you have to take a thing that costs this much and tear it apart to make something different?
Yeah.
So
For
be
sure.
interesting. For the other folks here, I mean, Amber, as you know, as cool as the dragon is all on its own, do you have other thoughts or ideas on things that you think would be unique or different with this dragon that people could do?
Well, I personally wouldn't do a thing, but I did. I like the color shifts and stuff. Like I feel like that would like really make it look scaly and cool.
Mm-hmm. That'd be a pretty, as far as all the other things that we're talking about, that would be a fairly easy one compared to, cutting parts and changing things and putting different things on and stuff. And I think it would make a pretty big difference right away. So, Stacy, what about you?
Yeah, I like the color shift idea, but man, that wolf one looked super cool.
I did like
Like,
the wolf one. That wolf idea is
yeah.
actually making me want to buy a third one right now.
I know. I'm like, oh, that would be like I could
know.
see that in our collection, but yeah, like, I mean, I wouldn't be able to do that, but yeah, that one was pretty cool.
I'm telling you,
Thank you.
Stacy, you could just glue that hair on. It's not that hard.
Yeah, well, that part I probably could do. The
Yeah.
rest of it is what I would not be able to do as well.
Yeah.
Curtis, if you're looking to back a third one, I know Brick was really just interested in the figures. So
I know there's a lot of people that are just interested in the figures. I had initially, when I told some folks that I wasn't really into Benegar, I think he's very well done. No critique there. It's just a very well done figure, but it's just not my aesthetic. I had a lot of people like trying to call dibs. And it's like, yeah, no, this is not a dibs situation. This is when this comes out, I put it out there and whatever it sells for, that's what it sells for kind of thing. Because it's just so different that I don't know what the market is for this. And it's not that I'm trying to, scalp anything or this and that. But if I'm spending this much on several dragons, I've got to try to recoup what I can. Right. So, I think this is a situation that when this stuff comes in, these figures are going on eBay starting at $1 bid, and whatever they end at is what they end at. So, but yeah. Let's see. Curtis, get a third. See, the thing is that this is going to be a huge undertaking. Like it took Sherry a month and a half of just painting this, right? And that's her job. Like she's doing that all the time. A lot of us that are customizing, we may get, a couple hours a week, right?
Maybe.
Like this may be a whole year project. And so I already got one that I'm planning on painting. And it's like, how many, am I willing to tie up like the next year and a half to just painting 2 dragons? It'd be pretty cool though. Pretty cool. So, let's see, Jeff. You've been through. We did the dragon Mortal Kombat last night. We talked about different dragons in media. You've seen a lot of different things as we've gone through this. Based on the body that we're getting, if you just kind of consider the body, and maybe you could change the feet, change the head, change the tail, whatever. Is there something else that we haven't talked about that you're like, man, I think this would be a cool way of customizing this or doing something different?
I kind of missed PGG in the clubhouse, so I don't know if it was shown or discussed. But Joe Russo brought up recently on Mythic Enablers Dragonlance. And in Dragonlance, there is a chromatic dragon. It's almost like, it's silver chromed out. And like Jeremy was saying, you have to think about something that the studio wouldn't do. And I don't see them ever doing a chrome dragon, in my opinion. So that would be my differentiator, to do a chrome custom.
Yeah. So, okay. I'm trying to remember, and I obviously we can go back and watch it, but when Jeremy was on, he said, don't do the obvious, right? He said, don't do, what did he say? Red,
blue,
ice,
black,
and black.
Ice.
Okay. So stay away from those, people.
Red, black, and ice. Stay away from
Yeah.
those.
Yeah.
But when I was at Toylanta at the Beyithirr panel, I had Kentpool constantly looking at me, and he's like, "So what cosmic dragon are you gonna make out of it? What are you thinking cosmic wise?" And I've thought about it. I've thought about how could you take an organic creature that massive, that expensive, and turn it into a space dragon. First off, the wings would be more mechanical. You would have to, take. I would still use the articulation point, but the dragon wings are way organic, and Beyithirr's wings are way organic, so they would have to be more mechanical, kind of like what we saw on Megatron last night, or previous this morning, and the rest of the body would probably be
together.
Probably be shaved down, almost to the like smooth, like a smooth, sleek robot car, something more mechanized, and then add those details back in with cutting and what am I thinking? Molding, like with putty and stuff. So
yeah, I could see that. I as you were talking about that, I'm kind of thinking of World of Warcraft. There's a dragon, Deathwing, that is, it's not a cosmic-y dragon, but it's got like armor plates that have been like bolted to it, right? So it's like completely covered in armor and everything, including, I think he's got like a big giant metal jaw, right? And so like that's something that, as you were talking through your stuff, I'm like, you could just really like soup this dragon up as far as just putting armor attachments on this thing, right?
Yeah, like almost like a hot rod dragon.
Or you could make it look like a Gundam with all the plates just across the back. Just get the plate, use your epoxy, and bash some Gundam kits onto it, and that would totally cosmic it out right there.
That would be cool.
And then you'd have to use the chrome marker, like you said, but that's a lot of chrome markers from Hobby Lobby if you try to buy those.
Like
$6
probably go with chrome spray paint, and then go with details from there.
Yeah.
And there is a chrome like ink or paint kind of ink kind of thing that is beautiful. I mean, it is gorgeous.
There's one I use called mirror paint. Have you ever used that? Dude, it's like the stinkiest stuff. It's like it has that smell to it where you're like, it's not safe for me to smell this. Like, it's that kind of stuff. Like, and it's got like the big warnings on it and stuff, but it like you can paint. I've seen like YouTube videos where people will just like paint like the back of a plastic spoon, and it looks like a mirror. Like it looks like it's, a mirrored surface. So,
and going back of your idea, Curtis, I now you sparked an idea. Like, what if a dragon lost different limbs or different parts of its body, and a blacksmith, bring it back to mythos, a blacksmith created all these appendages and parts that need to be put back on the dragon.
Or take it back to cosmic now, right? What if you look at like Canox Vol, how he has like the cybernetic legs?
Yep.
Right.
I thought about
like,
cyborg.
Like you go to Carlo and you go, hey, I need a cybernetic fucking dragon leg, right? with wires and everything and all this and that.
I need two of them. I need one for the front, one for the back leg, Carlo.
Right.
And then if you could do the jaw for the one that opens and closes.
Give him a cyber trap jaw.
Yeah.
And Darla over here coming on with the steampunk. Oh, that would be awesome.
Darla loves her steampunk, but this is the Deathwing that I was talking about. So that's kind of what he looks like in World of Warcraft, and he actually has like when you're like fighting him, because it's in the game you fight him, like he has a section of the fight where you actually have to like take off the armor off his back. So like you have to fight, like beat up the armor and knock the plates off of his back so that you can kill him. But yeah, something like that would be kind of cool. Just like throwing all that extra armor and stuff on him.
Plate armor. Yeah.
Yeah. Very cool. Oz, what about you? You've been through a lot of this. What any other thoughts you have as far as what would be cool with this dragon body?
So, as most know, I'm not much of a customizer myself. But some things that I'd really dig seeing is if somebody could take it and put more of a watery spin on it, a water dragon. So, like, maybe try to convert some fins, like dorsal fins along the back, a more crocodilian style tail, that thick kind of, tail that it uses as a paddle. I don't know necessarily that might be doable with this sculptor, how much additional sculpting it would take to add those elements.
I just got to say, I don't think I've ever heard anybody say crocodilian. So that might be a new one for me.
Well, I know you're probably not aware of, what a herpetologist is, but, that's okay.
I mean, I've heard of crocodiles. I've never heard anybody describe something as crocodilian. I like that, though.
Yeah, crocodilians is a type of family that crocodiles are from.
Oh, okay. All right.
You got to redefine that out, Curtis.
There you go.
That stuff's in books. I know the things with the words.
Yeah, I don't look at the words.
It doesn't come through in the pictures. When you look at that pictures, you go, "That's a neat crocagator."
Crocagator.
Got another colorway here from Tanya. So yeah.
Frosty.
Yeah, something blue like that. Oh man,
that's what I want to see from the studio.
That's freaking cool.
It looks so good.
And then they've got, I mean, I've tested out a few different like snow effects and ice effects and stuff. Like you put some of that on here, or do some sort of crystallized formations. Like that would be really cool on here.
Yeah, I'd like to see transparent. I like to see transparent like limbs from the studio, like halfway up, like they're ice on the bottom. They could mold those out of the clear stuff. That would be sweet.
Like 4 feet of Jacob Marley style.
Right. Yeah. That'd be so sweet.
I'm just thinking a lot of those spikes going down its back and everything is more translucent, almost icicle looking.
Jordan's talking about a Nixia, and I can't remember. I'm gonna have to look. I remember the name. That's definitely another dragon from World of Warcraft, but I can't remember what she looked like. But Tanya, did you have anything that like what were your thoughts on this one?
Oh my gosh. So blue is my favorite color anyway. And this just hits like all the notes. Like this is just the colors that are in there, and maybe hard to see, but like along the spine, he's got the greens up along the spine, and I don't know, it just that light blue in there with all that detail. Oh, I just love it.
Yeah, it is super cool. I think that would lend itself to quite a few different like techniques as far as like the technical paints and stuff,
right?
That would be like really cool.
Yeah, so. I think I've got a color shift. Oh, sorry. No, I didn't get that one. Fine. There's a color shift paint that is ice something. That's the blue.
Oh yeah.
That would
is it one of the Turbo Dork ones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would probably look real good in that light blue. I thought I had picked it up when I made my last order, but I didn't get that one.
This is a Nixia. This is the one that Jordan was talking about, which I do remember. It's hard to translate from this. This isn't a super realistic, looking picture. Realistic. We're talking about dragons, but you know what I'm saying. Like it's just it's a little bit more animated. Sorry about that. But
so realistic.
Does it glow from different parts of its body? Is that,
I think that's like magical effects and stuff. So
I'm down for glow in the dark. I'll do a glow in the dark dragon.
On the dark. That's what I'm thinking.
Be silly.
Sean saying armored would be cool because you wouldn't have to mess with the original paint. You could just add some armored pieces to it.
Yeah,
that would be kind of cool. Just leave the paint style the way it is, but add some armor.
Like almost enlarging all of Conobus's armor plating, but in 3D print, and then add it to the dragon.
Kevin says custom half arrows and half swords, and I mean, I've seen a lot of people just do that, but I mean, shit, I've got a whole bin of swords here. I probably got 150 swords next to me. Like, you just cut them. It's a lot easier than trying to buy a half sword or whatever.
The new Nieve is coming with the swords. Yeah. I mean, with the arrows that go into
the shield.
The shield. So they're coming out with those. I mean, I don't know if you'll get more, but I know that they're going to have, 5 or 6 in that pack that actually plug into the shield itself. Yeah,
Brett, I forgot. Brett sent me like a whole thing that was like, it was a bunch of like AI dragon, and I'm not gonna stay here and argue AI, but he sent me it was like a bunch of AI dragons based on your birthstones, and they were really fucking cool. Sorry for my language, but they were really cool. So yeah, I might have to go back and look at those because that might give me some ideas. So let's see. Scaffold dragon. Yeah, somebody mentioned that. Was it Hughes? I think it was Jonathan Hughes. I had mentioned that in the post that I did about that he would love to do a scaphoid one. Yeah, Jonathan Hughes. So
yeah, he said he didn't want to do the whole dragon though, but maybe just the head and the neck coming out of a dio or something.
Yeah. But yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be one that, we don't know. They said, what was it? The one was like Underworld or
Underworld.
Underworld.
Yeah, Underworld.
Like, and we were talking earlier, like, would they do a full skeleton dragon? I don't know, but I don't know. But if they did something along those lines, that would be a cool one to do a scaphoid version of.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know about a skeleton, but almost like a Atheon fire looking dragon. Because then you got you could do like transparent or translucent fire effects for it.
Yeah.
Add that on.
Oh, Dylan's saying that he hopes somebody makes some gold crab armor for the dragon. That would make it really good, like that Vecna. There it is.
Like this one right here?
Yeah, like the Vecna. Yeah.
The purple dildon.
Yeah.
Not as fun when Joe's not here.
Yeah,
I know.
He'll suffer through it later.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and look at it. If I remember right though, when he sent that, because my birthday's in May, and like all the May ones were crap. If I remember, like he sent me all these, and I kept looking for the May ones, and the May ones were all crap.
Happens to me with June all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. I could see somebody doing a battle cat paint job plus armor and saddle. Yeah, maybe.
Sorry, Green
did a pretty huge battle cat. That's, but yeah,
that saddle might fit.
See that? Yeah,
that battle cat saddle from Masterverse. Is that what it is?
Yeah. What, from Masterverse or the Mondo one?
No, Masterverse. That is it for a 7-inch figure. Legion's characters are about that scale, and you could absolutely modify that red saddle to fit Beyithirr. So
yeah, I can see that.
Just a longer strap.
Depending on where you're placing this saddle, even like the Origins one could fit around the neck.
The neck, yeah, doing neck saddle.
Yeah. Dracolic dragon. Is that one of the like the Game of Thrones ones? Or
never heard that.
It sounds like a dragon that has a little bit too much fun on the weekends.
Could be. Could be. We don't know. We don't know.
A drunkalic dragon.
So Tanya, has this conversation made you move closer to pulling the trigger on another one, or no? What do you think?
Yes, yes, yes. I want one. I want to paint.
Yeah, I'm really that to me that wolf dragon that I pulled up earlier. That's the one that's calling me. I'm like, man, I kind of want to do a wolf dragon.
Do it, Curtis. Do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wolf dragon was awesome. Like enough different that it would be like.
Well, and I definitely wouldn't need an extra. I wouldn't need the flame effect. I wouldn't need the head. I wouldn't need the extra set of wings because it's got the folded up wings anyway. I just need another base dragon. I mean, that's shoot. I mean, 550. I've definitely blown 550 on stupider shit. So, right?
Brett said just called the hotline, and then afterwards he says, "I'm about to buy my 8th all in."
There you go.
Wow.
Do it, Brett.
All right. Yo Delicious says I really want a black prime one, and they get some bright red, water it down, and let it flow through the grooves and look like magma. With part glossed over as onyx. Yeah, I mean, Emil just did that figure that he showed this week that is kind of similar to that, which I think I have a picture of here. Hold on a second, I can pull that up. But yeah, it kind of reminds me of what you're talking about there.
Yeah, you'd get the white ink to leak down into those cracks because white ink will show up a lot better if you can find a white primer.
Yeah.
They do it for the minis. Tamiya primer, I think, might flow down in there pretty good, and then you would just hit that with
cover
the
over
yellows.
it. Yeah.
Right. So that we get as bright as possible.
Yeah. So he did this figure where he kind of, did those extra grooves in there and stuff, and then, colored them in. And yeah, like something like this on Dragon would be pretty neat.
Yep.
So that'd be cool.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Jokerized. That's yeah, I guess.
I heard Toddy Mac was, backing at least 3 of them.
If anybody out there wants to buy an extra dragon just to jokerize it, I guess go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it.
Curtis, I think you won.
Thanks for adding to the numbers.
Yeah. I jokerized an ogre, so I think Curtis has that head.
I do.
So
I do
have to
have
blame
that.
as well.
Yeah. Yodelicious said, "I've not seen that image. Damn cool, Emil." Yeah, that's actually part of a series that's going on where so Emil did that character. He's doing one more, and then there's a few other artists that are doing the rest of the knights that are associated with it. It's pretty cool project. So any other, I didn't see anything else in the chat. Anything else that kind of spark in your guys' head as we're going through here on this kind of stuff?
Trying to figure out how to go ahead. I talk enough. Sorry, Oz.
I've been on for several hours already, so anybody is more than welcome to talk more than me. But no, just the ideas for people who aren't necessarily planning on backing a whole dragon, but the different ways you could adapt the pieces from the fiery breath and the epic wings is just, I'm sorry, it's really cool. I think that's really creative on how to do, other projects without having to necessarily go for the whole dragon. I'd much rather see people buy whole dragons than just parts of dragons, but it's amazing. And I know the community surrounding the 4 horsemen, it's just going to be endless ideas. The money is going to run out, to buy more dragons, much more than the ideas for customizing the dragons is going to be.
You'd rather see people buy whole dragons than dragon holes, is what you're
saying. That's it. Although I'd pay some top dollar for some dragon hole,
All right.
Going down to or going up to MesquiCon, I guess when we were there with Stacy and Brian, I was talking with Brian, and he said, I said, how many dios are going to be made with that head look like it's coming out of a cave? And he said, yeah, my mind is already going. He said, I've got several ideas of doing things like that.
Mm-hmm. My house is going to be a mess.
Is that any different than it usually is, Stacy? That's
no.
Okay.
After MesquiCon, he just because he started working on a dragon base before, but didn't get it finished, and now he's been just Yeah, so I got foam everywhere.
Yeah, you may want to tell him that to wake up because he did say that this new base would be done by the time the.
I know. That's why I'm like, he came up at 8. He said he was going to take a power nap. I figure like at 12:30, I'll go up there and be like, hey, wake up.
Power naps are a lie. That they don't. That's not a.
Yeah.
It's just sleeping.
Yeah.
So, I've got a few of these that Brett sent me that I'll pull up. I'm just trying to get them over on my other screen. Amber, any other thoughts that you got on these, on the dragons?
I don't. I'm not a super creative person, but I do love all of your ideas.
So do you guys have a spot picked out on where yours is going to go?
Where's going?
Yeah.
Well, we have like this thing at the bottom, like a little ottoman thing at the bottom of the bed. We could definitely probably fit 2.
That'd be cool.
We bought one, but who knows? Maybe we'll get a second one. We have time.
Less than 12 hours. Got about 10 hours to go.
Ryan likes to customize.
That's
and
true.
He's pretty good at it.
And he can definitely do some photography too.
Right?
Yes, he can. And 2 dragons is always better than 1.
This is true.
I said.
All right.
This is called the Dragon Enablers.
It's totally dragon enabling.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I'm going to try to do this where I share the entire screen so that I can show a few at once. So these are some of the ones that Brett sent me. Some of the better ones that I saw. So September, that looks like right up your alley, Tanya, as far as what you're talking about, right?
I am in love with that one already.
Oh, I'm November.
Yeah.
I like that one's okay.
That October one is that's pretty neat.
It's all that green, baby. That's all this. Ooh,
yeah.
Love that green.
It looks jade.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And then
April.
that one.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. And then this one, August.
Ooh.
So those are some of the
April more, but yeah.
Yeah, those are some of the cooler ones. I think April and October probably are my favorite. And I think as Brett was sending me those before, I think April was always really cool. So, but my May ones are always crap. So I didn't even send it to you guys to see because it's crap.
Oh,
April has burning Godzilla vibes. Yeah, I can see that for sure. Brett needs somebody to enable him to get 10. He's at 8.
Oh my goodness.
Well, it's 12 months, Brett. So you can pay one
he
every
can't go
color.
to 9 because 9 would be ridiculous. So he's either got to stay at 8 or go to 10.
Go to 10.
Yeah. Go to 10.
9, really?
Yeah.
You should do 11 because it ends at 11 p.m.
Oh, very nice.
And 11 is my favorite number. So
yeah,
there you go.
Plus, then we can talk you into a dozen easily.
Yeah.
Reach out to Brick something. I know he's in the market still. Wink, wink. You're welcome, Brick.
There you go. Yeah, Brick was looking for somebody to just do the figures, and or they would do the dragon, he would do the figures. So, trying to see. He said there was another one. Got him.
And that's all it took.
Yeah.
The rest, as they say.
Just don't tell my husband I said that, but.
Well, if you've already got 8,
by the end of the night,
what is the stretch of 3 more?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, just buy all the dragons, you know?
Just buy all the dragons.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, Dylan's just sending me creepy photos. I don't even know.
He's sending you all those Dracaholics that are
whoa,
that fun on the weekend.
Whoa. All right, so here's one of the ones that Dylan sent me, which I don't know, like it's cool looking, it's creepy, but it's cool looking, but I don't know how you would do that with any of what we've got. Like this is Unless he's saying like this might be like an underworld type one that we would get from them.
Yeah,
The
that would work.
bone, yeah.
You'd have to cut
Yeah.
into the Beyithirr and like hollow it out and then
Right.
build the skeleton into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost like a T-Rex head as well, like a bone T-Rex.
Oh, he's
head.
saying that. Okay, so this is the Dracaholics or whatever. Yeah, they're Dracaholics Anonymous.
So I mean, like, I'm all for some skeletal, things. I love skulls and skeletons, but yeah, to have to whittle away so much of Beyithirr, I think it might actually be easier just to sculpt that by hand yourself.
Yeah.
Brett,
Yeah.
I die if I got a skeleton.
Brett would have at least 20 if those were skeletons.
Yeah, I'm with Brett on that one for sure. Like, honestly, if they came out with like a bone skeleton in the next couple of years, I mean, I would be pimping myself out on the street right now to get the money for it.
You
I
can
have
always
no
do
shame.
feet pics.
Yeah.
I've tried, but Curtis banned me from it. He said something about toeses.
I did play World of Warcraft. I don't know who. I'm guessing this is Dooch. Yeah, Lich King. Yeah, I know Lich King. What about him?
Now I'm getting the pronunciation of the name. Not a Dracaholic. It's a Draco Lich.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Now I'm getting it. Now I'm
Gotcha.
seeing where this comes from.
Yeah. Gotcha.
I'm still just picturing Beyithirr with a bottle of Jameson.
So Curtis, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
If you order more than one.
I've already ordered more than one.
Right.
Okay.
But you have an extra figure. If you order a third one, would there be a consideration that you would ever customize any of the figures that they're sending? With
I don't think so, and here's why. I try not to customize expensive figures, right? Like if I've got an older figure that I don't want, I'll just sell it. Like I'm not going to customize an old figure when I can get the parts from something newer, from some, different. Same thing with this stuff. Like I probably, if my guess is that a lot of these now, the Ashen Skeleton, Ashen Zombie, that's a little bit different because I don't see those going for much more than, just a regular skeleton or zombie. I'm thinking they're going to be about $60, $75. But like the Flaming Knight, the Benegar, and Beyithirr's Fury, I wouldn't be surprised to see all of those go for 200 plus, and I'm not going to customize it for that price. So,
gotcha.
Yeah. Which is weird because I'm talking about customizing a dragon, which is $550, but I just really want to. I guess I would have to really, really want to customize these figures, and Beyithir's Fury doesn't have enough new parts for that to really make sense. And even Benegar, I mean, unless I really wanted that head for something, I just don't. I don't see it. I mean, and even the pauldrons are new, but you can get something similar with it with the Baron Voligar 2.0, the version 2, right? Like it's not exact, but you do have the wings coming off of the pauldron and stuff.
Right.
So yeah.
Somebody's gonna have to put the Trevor goatee on Sir Benegar. So
absolutely.
So I think somebody's gonna do that.
I'm gonna do it with a whiteout pen.
You might get the texture with the whiteout pen.
Right? Get the whiteout pen. Yeah. Just throw a little 1/12 camera in hand. Bam.
Now that's the question though, right? I know the helmet and the wings are not coming again, but that faceplate is the first time we've seen that faceplate, correct? For Sir Benegar. Is that going to be?
Yes.
I think it
now
is.
all the other parts are up for game.
That faceplate, we might get that faceplate.
Well, we get it a second time with
we get it a second time with the Fury. But then I am sure that we are going to get it again. as well as everything else. I mean, there's nothing else on him that they've said is not open for the.
I think it's just the helmeted head on him, right? The helmeted head and
the helmeted head
the pauldron
on him is special to him. The pauldrons are special to this campaign, and everything else is fair game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that's why I didn't know. Would somebody like? Oh, and Curtis, did you see where on the Cabal somebody has already customized 2 figures in the colorway of Fury, of the Beyithirr's Fury?
I did. I saw that. I saw that this morning or yesterday. I guess it all blurs together. I don't know.
Right.
When you don't sleep, you don't know what day it is.
I know.
And then you don't need calendars. You don't need to fall under big calendar spell. No. And I saw that Paul Zach is doing a lot of stuff with some Hagnons, dyeing them, and then doing some flaming effects to make them like the Flaming Knight. So, there's some folks out there that can't wait for these things. As soon as they saw them, they're like, "I'm going to make my own now." So, more power to them. That's cool.
That Beyithir's Fury or whatever, it was probably less than 12 hours after it was announced that he had a figure already painted, and I was like, "Whoo, that was
quick.
fast!" Yeah.
It was pretty quick.
I've also heard.
Go ahead.
I've also heard that more people are picking up the graveyard skeletons because it's a nice base to go even more ashen with them. Like they've already gotten one set of the graveyard skeletons, and now they're getting like a second or third pack.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I want another pack of those. I got 1 pack of 4, and I spent my money this 2 months for the dragon. So hopefully it'll last till next pay period, and I get another set of those.
Yeah,
but
right. Like I was satisfied. Like just gonna try to buy a couple more Maxiliuses, but then it's like, well, when I get a 4 pack, I might as well just go for that.
Yeah. All right. In the chat, sound off. Have we inspired any of you to buy an extra one to customize? Have you like been enabled at this point? Jeff, have you pulled a trigger yet? What are you doing? What's going on?
Jeff's gonna sit here and wait till 10:59.
No, 10:58. I like to keep it even numbers, and I don't.
Okay.
And make sure you got that 2 minutes just in case.
I type a little fast.
Yeah, just in case you put in the wrong payment information or shipping address.
Yeah. Shoot, I hit the free pickup in New Jersey.
So after I ordered mine, I sat there and I was looking at the shipping address. And for some reason, I still haven't reset my address. So I thought I was going to ship the dragon to Wisconsin to Bud's house after the last thing I ordered for him. And then I remembered, oh, yeah, you picked up the pickup at warehouse option. That's why there's no shipping on this. But I really crapped myself that I was going to have to pay Bud. I just paid to get it shipped to Wisconsin. And then I was going to have to pay him to ship it back to me. Like, man, it'll be like another year before I even get mine at that point.
Yeah, that'd be an ouchies. Let's see. Lone Wolf Lab says, I just backed the dragon. I'm going to head over to the Cabal, complain that I haven't received my shipping notice yet. Do that. Yeah, and I think I saw that they said that they had just sold like a Dio this morning, and that helped to pay for this. So congratulations.
Nice.
They're also working on a base for the dragon, similar to the one that was at G-Con. I guess they had taken some measurements and kind of looked at it, and they're doing something in that fashion. Let them know if you're interested. I also know that Brian's been working on one, and so I talked to him last night. God, what was that? I think it was during Oz's show that I was and he was like, "Oh, well, I'm going to try to have it ready by Schmerber's in the morning." But then he just stayed on the stream with us, so he didn't do any more work to it. So then today he said, "I'm going to try to have it ready by tonight, by the end of the campaign." But now he's been asleep this whole time. So I don't know that it's going to be ready today. But
it's drying it's been drying because he put dirt on it. So
Gotcha.
it's currently in the dining room with the fan on it.
Very nice.
It's been that way since I've been up. So yeah.
And
I think he said,
and what are you're able to see it? What are your thoughts on it so far?
It's big.
Okay.
It's cool. So like, I mean, he's been working on it for a little bit. So I was like, oh yeah, and right there, I said, Sir Benegar could stand there, and then the dragon can be there. And then he's like, yeah. And I was like, oh, sorry. Like, yeah, like I can see everything already on it. And he's like, should I put rocks? And I was like, I don't know. So yeah, like when he gets up, he's probably gonna start working on it. But yeah, I'll give him another 5 more minutes, then I'll go be like, Curtis said you better get up and start working on this.
You've only got so much time today to get that thing complete before 11.
Right.
Yodalicious says I was holding off to try to be the 4,000th, but you got me to pop my dragon cherry. Well, congratulations. We're excited to hear that. So,
look, you know, whether you're 3,669 or 4,000, like really, we want to try to get there. So it's going to count either way. Just go for it now if you know you're going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't wait until 10:58, Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff.
I don't need the convincing. I don't need.
Kevin and I are claiming 2,000. So
tell Liz that you need this dragon. All the ladies said get the dragon.
Listen.
Get the dragon.
Here's the thing. If Liz didn't say anything about the last 50 things that you bought for $10, that's the same as buying one thing for $500, right? So you just got to break it down for her like that. Like, listen, I've been irresponsible this whole time. I'm just doing it in one go.
Didn't say,
you know,
things about the last 20, 50 things.
She's probably been telling him the whole time, just back the damn dragon. You know you want it. And he's like, no, I got to go clearance hunting again.
Yeah. Just tell her, say, I could keep nickel and diming you to death, or I can just do it in one go like this, you know? Like, which do you want?
No, she wanted me to sell stuff off this weekend. I've been on streams and sleeping, so I'm just at fault.
You silly goose. That's no way to use that master's degree. Congratulations to Jeff, by the way, completing his master's degree. Good job, Jeff.
Thank you all.
Well done, brother. Well done.
Let's see. Mythic Dolphins here says already ordered 2 Beyithirrs, 2 Fiery Breath sets, debating on selling one of the Beyithirr, or maybe attempting customizing the horns on Beyithirr. Dawn pink, lavender, white, blue horns. Interesting.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Now I'm just imagining somebody doing Beyithirr, but in the colors of dusk, like those deep purples and pinks and oranges.
Yeah, crimson.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty.
Oh man, that's hot.
The colorway that she just announced there was one of the ones that you had up that Stacy said she liked, is what brought to mind on the monthly ones.
Mm-hmm.
That pink, lavender, white, blue may have been kind of what I thought about whenever I read
it. I know at one point, I think, is Brett still sending me? No, he didn't send me. He was going to forward me the stuff. I think he just found the one. He didn't find the other, because there was one that had like adult dragons, and then there was another one that was like baby dragons, and he found the adult one, but he didn't find the baby one.
You got to be careful with those baby dragon pictures. Come on, Chris.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But they were just
sculpted
like,
one last week.
A baby dragon.
Yeah, I sculpted one on stream last week. And that's going to be my practice dragon, so I'm gonna print that out. It'll probably be 6 inches, but I'll do a couple different paint jobs on those. Yeah, I'll send you one, Tanya. I got you. Yeah. Anybody wants to? Yeah,
You don't say something like that and not send it to me.
Hey, Brett, listen, I scrolled up a bit, but I'm also running a stream. I can't be scrolling forever. You send me a lot of messages, man. So, I'm just saying, I didn't see it. I saw the one. I did not see the other. So, but I appreciate it. Oh, he says he sent it. Okay. Oh, that's just too fucking adorable right there.
Aww.
But it's not playing it. It's just one image. But I'll put the one image out here for you. It's just the the April one. So, but it's cool. It's definitely cool. Let's see. Send it to myself. Talk amongst yourselves. Tanya, you know how to do this thing. Take over.
This is a simulcast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
And it is doing
does
it. I mean, I was
StreamYard.
like, I texted
forgot.
Kevin, can you see it over there?
So
And he was
where
like,
did your
"No."
dragon grow up? And
Yeah.
what kind of family?
Oh yeah. Let's ask all the questions to the dragon.
How many nest mates did you have? What were the colors?
Do you have a pet human? What's its name? So there's the April one. But now he just sent me the one that has the thing. So I'll try to get some screenshots from it. But yeah, that's cool.
Yeah,
I
that's
like
cute.
that.
That's what I'm thinking of for like.
Oh my God, Tanya, you're gonna love the January. Holy shit.
God, come on.
Man, all these are good. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh, even the May one is good.
What about the June?
June is really nice too. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you're gonna like all these. But the January one I think is gonna be your favorite.
Curtis, I hear if you send them all to Bud, he'll make a slideshow for you.
Yeah. He'll turn it all into Motu.
He'll have your head. You'll have your head on each one of them.
It kind of trailed off at the end. The last few weren't as great, but the first ones were really good. So let me send them to myself, and we'll get those pulled up. But I
roll out, friends.
What's that?
I have to head out.
Oh, okay.
Aw.
But
We'll
I have
see.
fun.
We had fun
Bye,
too.
Amber.
Is he Amber?
Bye, Amber.
Yeah. All right. Let me try to pull this up over here. Let's see what would be the best way to do this. Let me try this. Let me do it this way, and then I think I can. Yeah, I should still be able to cycle through. All right. Let's try this. Oh, we got a few extra people on here. We got Alexander DeShaw.
Hey,
What's going on, sir?
Hey.
Love to get some ideas from you from a Dio perspective. But first, January.
Ooh.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Look at those eyes.
I know.
Oh, that didn't go right. So this February's got it's interesting where it's like the spotty thing.
Yeah.
I'm digging it though. Wow.
Yeah, I like that.
Glow in the dark chest.
Oh my gosh.
I'm with you, Jeff.
That's it.
Yeah, that's
That
kind of
looks
cool.
good.
And I could see that with like the spiky parts on the dragon's like legs and stuff, where you could kind of do the whole thing in like that orange and then do the white spikes.
Oh,
And I would have never thought to do that together like that either. That is really
cool.
wild.
That's almost like that stone idea Jeremy was saying, but then with snow on top of the stone.
Look how cute I am.
You weren't kidding, Curtis. Yeah, look at that May.
Oh, I like that color.
There's June.
June is pretty too.
I like June.
That's neat.
Ooh, stained glass.
Nice. Yeah.
That's nice.
Especially with those wings.
That's gorgeous.
Look at that, August.
It's got
and then it's
looking ahead. That's crazy.
It starts tailing off here. I don't think these last ones. Well, October's kind of cool.
October is still
October's
fantastic.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like Heather's work.
November's pretty bland. That's a test shot.
I was gonna say November is
November.
That reminds me of the one Jeremy said, like the stone colored brown, light tan.
Yeah.
And December's just like
I mean, the eyes are cool on this one. I like the
eyes are cool.
That looks like a little lady dragon. See, that's the thing, Tanya. We can get you some lady dragon heads. Give it the eyelashes like the girl dragon from Shrek. Ooh, it's a lady dragon.
I think I like the March one the best. I think I like this one.
I think March is pretty amazing.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think I'll call it creamsicle.
But January.
I like February the best.
January is beautiful.
Yeah. But yeah,
See,
so
February to me, that's that
Brett.
dust.
Appreciate you resending that to me, since I am a terrible person and lazy.
Hey, I'm gonna go wake up Brian. I'll be right back.
All right. Alexander.
Yes.
So, we've got these dragons people are buying, and these other accessory sets and whatnot, including the fire set that comes with an extra neck and head, which means that some folks are going to end up with an extra neck and head that they're not using. What are some ideas that you have from a Dio perspective with those extra pieces?
Well, I don't remember if I saved that picture or not, but I do have a Dio in mind. It's a cave that will fit the entire dragon, and you can look at it through like a hole, like you're looking through the entrance of it, and there's going to be like a light that comes down that shines on the dragon, where it's curled up around like its eggs.
Oh, okay.
What about treasure? Can you do treasure instead of the eggs?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Though that was my idea when I was looking at it, or when I was thinking of ideas for a Dio for it.
Yeah, Tanya's like, dragon protected its youth is not really believable, but treasure, yeah,
Tanya said that was kidding.
I've always kind of got a feeling that Tanya was a really good mother, but now all of a sudden I'm questioning that a bit,
I got dragon eggs from Brian at Legion's Con. Thank you.
Oh,
very
okay,
much.
Gotcha. We were talking earlier about maybe kind of finding some ideas for the head as far as like being able to like mount it on a wall or something as if like it was a trophy, or something along those lines. You have anything? And I know some photographers that maybe didn't have the space or the money to buy the full dragon. Trevor said we're just buying that fire set so that they could maybe have like that neck and head coming out of a wall or something. Any thoughts or ideas with something like that?
Yeah, I mean, you could technically like have like the head and neck coming through like the top of a tavern or something like that.
That would look good.
Attacking the adventurers as they're trying to celebrate some sort of win or something. I don't know.
Yeah, Jeff Ray Evans.
I got one for Alex. Take the fiery breath head, because it's got the open jaw and snout. Turn it like concrete or something like a fountain, and then have the fiery fountain come out of it.
Yep, that was another idea that I had.
Nice.
So,
we got something going on here. Hold on 1 second. Let me see what is this.
How's everyone doing this morning?
Is this the hotline? Is this where we call? I'm looking at maybe buying a third dragon for customizing. Is this where I go?
No, you need to go to storehorseman.com, sir.
Oh, I called the number that was on the screen, and it had a voice message. So I still have to go to the store? Oh, okay.
We're here to give you little to no help except to tell you where to go.
Oh,
in the most diplomatic way possible.
Gotcha. Well, I guess with that in mind, then how's it been so far? How's it going today?
We're taking a break at the moment so we could talk to you guys and give you an update. I mean, it's been fast and furious taking all these calls overnight.
I bet.
We've been answering all sorts of questions about wings and boom holes, and amazingly, there's a lot of disinformation out there, and we haven't even created that disinformation. We've just added to it. But it's been, we actually have had some good calls too, some really wonderful calls from the community, and been able to help people out. I think we actually had one person last night who called us while disposing of a body. That was interesting. They carried the body through an elevator into a car,
Possibly on a train.
and then dumped it into a river. We could hear all the background noises, and then at the end of it, they said Terrence's next toy twice before the call ended. So I'm not making that up. That was a real call. We got an answering machine back before.
I said they were trying to Beetlejuice him to help, but
Luckily, they only said it twice.
As the phone rings now.
So, We might.
Well, I will say that you know, I am on my 14th hour of streaming right now. Oz is pretty much right there with me. Yeah. So if we have given anybody inaccurate information, which is altogether possible because we're tired, we're not sorry because
not
we're
at
not
all
getting paid for this. So
if anything, you'll probably get less and less accurate information as we go.
Yeah, for sure.
That's been our promise the whole time is little to no help and the most accurate information.
Oh,
I don't know.
looks
When I called,
like somebody just took ownership of that one voice message that you got. Joe says that he talks in his sleep. So there you go.
Does he dispose of bodies in his sleep?
Right,
That's the
because
question.
there's definite elevator and train noises.
It's probably just all talk. So
But no, so the two biggest things that we keep letting people know is number one, where to go, storehorseman.com, and number two, to make sure that they confirm their shipping information before moving forward, because we have heard quite a few people say that they've made a mistake, including people who may be sending things to Wisconsin. But I do want to put it out there though that if you're concerned about shipping and you have the means, by all means, feel free to pick it up at the warehouse because we will be throwing an epic party, a biggest Mythic meetup ever when we do the pickup. So, feel free to come and hang out with us.
By throwing an epic party, meetup, what he means is he's throwing your epic dragons into his trunk.
It's gonna be a trunk, but yes.
We'll fill that caboose, Terrence. Don't you worry.
G with a $4.99 super chat here says, big props to all those up all night. Love you all back, my Bay. Yeah, appreciate you, Terrence and Gina, for manning the phones. You guys have been doing an excellent job. Oz, appreciate you keeping me company for this entire time. You've been great. So
doing my best, brother.
Everybody else, you're okay. You're all right. You're doing okay.
Gina.
Yeah.
Are you gonna customize one, girl?
No.
We will have a third dragon.
He does. He keeps encouraging me to do so, but I do not feel like I am talented enough to take a paintbrush
Hogwash.
to a
You can do it.
$500 figure. I have a hard enough time taking it to a $50 or a $60 figure. I'm still very, very new, and I know it's a year plus away, but I can't imagine I'm going to come across that far. But he is getting 3, so who knows?
Color shifting paint, girl. Color shifting paint.
I love my color shifting paint.
I know. And it would look fantastic on that dragon.
I know. But
I mean, fantastic on that dragon.
I was just thinking, has anybody talked about marbleizing one? Like making it look like it was in that cracked kind of marble?
I know a certain Alexander Deshaw that does some excellent marbleizing.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to donate one, I will certainly do.
I heard Terrence is getting 3.
All the different customizers come out and take a piece of it to actually customize. Like it'll be a group effort.
That would be amazing.
Ooh, wow, yeah, that sounds really cool.
I've actually got a special message that has come in but it's only for a few people here. So I'm going to excuse the other people off screen for just a second because it's a very special message. So sorry, all you guys and myself. But for you.
Cookie, what do you think about convention toes? Keep them sheathed. Your feet should be sheathed at all times in public.
Agreed.
I don't want to see your nasty toes.
Number one, my toes are not nasty. They are cleaned daily. Thank you very much. Number two, they are gorgeous. They are teal all the time. And number three, just because by painting them teal and people looking at them and seeing them teal and asking me about them, I'm telling them to go support ovarian cancer research. Leave my toes alone.
All right, I have French tip teal toes. I just covered them because my feet were cold, but I've had my toes out all morning for Curtis, and I'm waiting to see if Curtis painted his toenails or not.
I absolutely did not.
Come on, Curtis. Paint the toes.
All right, we've heard from 2 of them. Gina, hit us with your excuse.
I always have my toes out. I live where it's 90 bazillion degrees out. If it is warm, then my toes are out. They are painted. They're not always teal. They were teal this time. I matched Tanya this time. It was awesome. But I'm always in flip-flops, like always in flip-flop sandals, whatever. The only time you'll see my feet covered is it's under 75 degrees. And at that point, my feet are cold and they're covered.
You know, this is a pretty good time because we've got somebody else joining us here. Jeremy, we are on a very special topic right now, and I want to get your take on this. And let me just play this again from Cookie real quick, and then we'll get your take.
Cookie, what do you think about convention toes? Keep them sheathed. Your feet should be sheathed at all times in public.
Agreed.
I don't want to see your nasty toes.
Toy conventions. Is it okay for toes to be out at toy conventions, or should they be covered?
Oh God. I think it depends where the convention is.
Okay.
I think if we're dealing with a Northeast convention, I'd like to see those toes properly sheathed, as Cookie said. But if we're down in Florida, if we're doing some more of a tropical type convention, California, I feel like that might be acceptable.
Okay, gotcha. So climate is the deciding factor.
Climate is part of this for sure.
We appreciate you jumping on. I'm guessing you have an update for us?
I do. So it's not a big one. It's we've hit kind of a midday, little slower period. So last time I reported in, we had 3,621 Beyithirr. So we've gone up a little bit, but we haven't broken the 37 yet. So we're at 3,686.
Okay.
So we are now 314 away from the Fury. So obviously that's the focus right now. It's almost 1 o'clock. So that's what, coming up on 10 hours left.
10 hours left. Yep.
For 314. So, I mean, still looking very, very positive, but I would definitely tell people that if you are on the fence and you're thinking it's cool to wait until the last couple minutes, that doesn't actually benefit anybody. So get that order in, help us unlock this, because as soon as we can unlock this, that's going to hopefully drive, some other people that may be on the fence saying like, hey, Beyithirr's Fury is, if that gets added, there's so much value here, I'm going to pull the trigger.
So, Jeremy, we've been running through a bunch of different ideas for customizing and stuff.
Yep.
I am on the fence right now about buying my third dragon. And I want to pull up this picture that we've looked at. And you tell me whether you think this would be possible. This is a wolf dragon. So I'm thinking here, in order to do this, I would need to probably shorten the neck a little bit, get a custom head, potentially different feet, but I might be able to make the feet work. I might have to just modify them a bit, and then add some fur to, looks like the wing and the underside of it. What do you think about this idea for customizing a dragon?
Maybe also a different tail tip.
Yep.
Because the tail
we did talk about that. Yep.
Yeah, the bendy part, that's that's got some spikes on it and stuff that looks different. But taking that off would also shorten the tail quite a bit, which would actually be a pretty cool look. I mean, not to encourage you to buy a third one only, but yeah, I think that this is very doable. I think that you could do something like this. To me, the fur is probably the most challenging part, unless you're going to go with genuine fur and like kind of glue it onto it.
Yeah, Carlos was telling us about a technique with was it felt? Is that what you said, Carla?
Like yarn, you can brush it out to make it like hair-like and make wisps out of it. They do it for dolls, and then just super glue, and then just felting felt is what my wife said. Yeah, we've done it in a couple customs, but you can do it.
Okay, well, I'm like this close. I'm really thinking about it, and I think Tanya is now. Tanya, did you already pull the trigger on a second one, or you're still close?
We haven't. I'm up here. Kevin's downstairs playing on Illustrator or Photoshop or whatever. And so probably once this stream ends, we'll look at getting another one.
Very nice.
Thank you so much. I'm just posting as we're talking now. I'm posting an update to the Source Horseman Instagram account with some of the numbers. Let's see. I'm just going to update how many units away we are. 314. But I just posted a bunch of like macro shots of Beyithirr's Fury. When Brad took the shots recently, he actually zoned in on a number of the sculptural details and the paint details, similar to what he does in his turn videos. So I just posted that, and I think they actually look really good. If people were looking for another reason to jump in and help us unlock Beyithirr's Fury, I think that these photos may certainly help.
Very nice. So we'll take a look at those and try to get those pulled up. I did have a few comments in here about the previous topic. Darla Ackerman, I know her. She says, "Wow, Curtis, way to get them riled up." I think talking about the people with the toeses. Joe Vasapolo says, "Nail paint won't stick to nail fungus." No fun. Greg says, "Women's toes are different from men's toes. Just saying." I will agree with that. Ladies, I know we've been giving you guys a little trouble, but this all started because at MesquiCon, Schmerber had his toes out. And then I saw the very next week at Toylanta, his partner from Double Jointed, Mark, had his toes out. That's two people from the same show, a show that I like and respect, that had their toes out on two cons at completely different sides of the country. That's unacceptable to me. So I will concede that you ladies with your painted, nice fancy toenails, especially supporting cancer research, can have your toes out. But I need you to help me put a stop to Schmerber and Mark, because that's just unacceptable.
Cover your feet, guys. Guys, cover
They're
your
like
feet.
modern day Flintstones.
They are modern day Flintstones. That's true.
Yeah, I don't want to see guys' toes.
Yeah, guys, cover your feet.
And Piggy's
Yeah,
covered.
cover your feet, especially if they're real hairy.
Yeah.
They're just
cover your
hobbits at that point.
So Carlo, we went through quite a few different options for like third-party printing. Anything, I know you've got to run pretty soon, but any other last, as we've gone through this, any other ideas that have popped in your head that would be interesting parts to add and transform one of these dragons?
Well, I don't know what dios people would be able to put together, but you guys talked about the sea dragon, like something almost like you see from Jurassic Park or the Loch Ness Monster. I think and Jeremy might know, if those limbs are removable or not, you might be able to pop those out and put some fins on it and kind of get that more aquatic feel to it. But at that point, you might have to get a fish tank for it to float in to display it. So that would be kind of funny to have.
Yeah, I don't know
mythic,
how poppable the limbs will be. I mean, at this stage, obviously the hands pop out because they're swappable.
Yeah.
But yeah, of course you can get anything out with some determination, but I don't know that it's going to be intended to pop out. Similar to the trolls. People pull trolls apart all the time. They're certainly not as easy to do as a regular figure.
Yeah. Curtis did that.
Go ahead.
I tried with the trolls to get those arms out. I couldn't get them out, and then Perry and Curtis ended up doing it. So
yeah, they're not easy. That's for sure. You really have to almost cut them out in order to get them out of there. So yeah.
Yeah, we have.
Go ahead.
Sorry. No, I'm saying we have ideas for different heads. You guys talk about the different colorways you want to paint them. I think when you see more of the third party heads that will be coming out, and like I said, everybody's probably going to start putting them out, and that'll give you. How many times have you seen a head and oh, I know what I want to do this custom just because I've seen this head? So you'll see people doing different heads. That'll inspire your paint colors. That'll inspire, if it looks wolfish or cat-like or however you want to mimic it to the thing you're doing. So you might see some crazy tentacles from people or whatever for feet or whatever, but I don't know. I'm just, the base dragon's good enough. Like, it's amazing. So like, as far as like customizing, that's just, if you can afford it, that's the cherry on top, is to, customize like we do. We all love to like, I see 5 or 6 of us here that dry brush almost daily, weekly. So it's just like, you want to make it your own. That's what this community's built on. So it's like, I guess that's all I got to say. So thanks for having me on. I'm going to have to hop off too. So
all right. Totally cool, man. So check out Immortal Collections on Instagram. Like he said, they kind of shut things down for the winter, but they'll be back open soon. And when your dragons come out, they're going to have some cool stuff to go with it for sure. So thanks for being on, Carlo. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Later, Carlo.
See you, Carlo.
Bye, guys.
See you, Carlo.
So Jeremy, I got to let you know, I did just pull the trigger on a 3rd dragon. So there will be a 2nd customized dragon in this house. And as soon as I told Darla that I bought another dragon, her response was, does that mean I get one of the Benegars?
Right answer, Darla. Right answer.
You gotta keep one.
Yeah.
Right.
You gotta, like, when you said that you were gonna sell, the Benegar because it just didn't fit your collection when you were getting one, I didn't give you crap about it. But if you're getting 3 and you don't keep one of those Benegars, that's a crime.
Well, I wasn't going to, but now I have to, because I promised her that she could have one of the Benegars in order for me to get another dragon. So
there you go.
So Stacy Lynn looks a little different. Just saying.
I'm the filler Stacy Lynn. So,
I was going to say, I think her hair is nice.
Right, I'm the filler Stacy Lynn right now. She had to go eat a piece of pizza, so.
Have her toes out.
So I like I saw a comment in the chat for us pop and swappers. Make sure you warm your dragon when it comes in the bathtub, because that's going to be the largest. Thank you, Thomas.
Try the hot tub.
That's probably not a bad idea. Actually,
I want to see shower pics. Like,
really makes it out. Don't say that, Tanya.
Yeah,
not with this crew around. You do not want to open that door.
I know that's a joke, but that probably is the best idea. I mean, yeah.
There's going to be pictures of Travis and the dragon in the tub. Or in the sauna.
Hashtag bathing with dragons just began. Way to go.
Don't use bubble bath when you're doing that, though. That's, yeah. So.
Oh my gosh.
Lots of bubbles, folks. Lots.
You can turn that extra head and neck into a shower,
Yeah.
There you go.
So, Jeremy, another thing in addition to different colors and stuff that we were talking about for dragons, we did talk about like what it would be like to armor some of these dragons up. We're not talking about like saddles and stuff, because we know this is not a saddled ridden dragon, but like maybe some armor plating or something like that to kind of soup it up a bit. Are there parts that are currently in the Legion's line that you think would work well, whether it's pauldrons or anything like that that you could think of that could easily be added? Well, maybe not easily, but can be added to a dragon to kind of armor it up a bit.
I don't think anything's big enough. I mean, going back to the saddle thing, I've been very clear that this is not a character that would be saddled for the lore, but like for your own collections, do whatever makes you happy. I mean, up until somewhat recently, when I started really writing a lot of the lore, I had all of my dwarves together. I had scapular. I had 2 scapulars acting as like guards for Morgulith and everything. So there was a point that I very much displayed just by my own headcanon. And, because now I've gotten more into the lore, I've changed all that. And my new display is very faction specific. But if you get Beyithirr and you want to get a saddle for him and you want to armor him up and everything, yeah, absolutely. In my mind, dragons are already fairly armored just with their natural scales. But that would be a super cool look. I just think you'd have to look. I think you'd have to probably fabricate it in a similar way that you fabricate like cosplay type stuff. Like I think Simple Tricks and Nonsense being able to actually, you could look at some of the shapes and designs from the Legions line. I think like some of the armor that you see on like the Phobos horse or whatever, or even, the Phlogius horse that comes with Poxus, like some of those shapes and everything, I think taking those and making them a lot bigger, fabricating them with foam and some leather straps, you could basically add some cosplay outfit armor onto Beyithirr.
Yeah, I could see that for sure. Like they use a lot of like the smaller foam and stuff like that. Like I could see stuff like that being added to it and work well.
And it's incredible when you look at how they're able to shape that foam and paint it, and it doesn't look like foam. It absolutely looks like metal armor the way it's shaped and painted and everything. So I think that if you were going to try to armor this character up, and if you were trying to make a saddle, I think the skills that you're going to need to look into are going to be more cosplay skills than your typical action figure customizing skills.
Gotcha. Okay. And I know as far as saddles go, Oz and I think Carlo earlier were talking about, maybe some of the stuff from Masters of the Universe, like the saddle for like a Battle Cat. It wouldn't work obviously right out of the package, but you could, easily kind of modify that to work if that's something that you so choose. Now, clearly Kevin does not agree with that. He says, don't saddle Bay. But like you said, it's theirs. People can do what they want.
Curtis, so while I'm doing, jumping onto these live streams today, I'm also trying to finish up the toy room. And about an hour ago, I put up a new case and I put out my Mondo Masters of the Universe figures. And I've got to tell you, I don't have Battle Cat, but I do have Panther because, as you know, I go with the bad guys. That Panther figure is amazing. And it's huge.
Yep.
And it's pales in size to Beyithirr. I pulled that thing out of the box. And I remember when I first opened Panther, I was like, dude, this thing is so huge and so heavy. And I pulled it out and I was just like, wow, like incredibly impressive toy, taking nothing away from it. But having just spent the weekend with Beyithirr at Toylanta and comparing it to what I was holding in my hands, it really made me realize how incredibly chunky and just what an impressive stature that figure actually has. Again, I think when people get that into their collections, they're just going to I can imagine people opening it and just sitting there looking at it on the floor, just like, oh my goodness, this thing is just, people say, oh, it's a work of art and everything. And it feels a little self-serving to say that, but it genuinely is.
Yeah, I mean, I remember getting my Battle Cat and pulling it out and just how massively heavy it was, and putting it next to my dog, and it was bigger than my dog, like sitting on the couch. My dog was like intimidated by that thing, and if I remember right, it was like 15 or 16 pounds. And Beyithirr's what, like 30 something?
Yeah, I think they said the box is about 35 pounds. That's what they're estimating. So Bay is upwards of 30 pounds.
Yeah. So like twice. And that Battle Cat is, I mean, it is a chunky beast. So yeah, that's crazy. Steve Areno here says Bishop's butt armor might make for good dragon shoulder armor. Well, it's funny you say that because old Jeff Ray here, old Cosmic Jeff, kind of gave me that idea already, and I've already stolen my bishop's butt armor, because I'm planning on turning that into a helmet for my Granomir when the dragon comes. So yes, I've already confiscated that. So
wait, Curtis, back up for a second. Are you painting one of yours like Granomir?
Yes. Yeah, one of them is going to be Granomir, and then I think I'm going to do this wolf dragon.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
But the first one's definitely Granomir. So
Curtis, show him the opposite one that Kevin did.
Oh, yeah, I have to go back into my chat here, but let me pull this up first. Tanya, can you read that while I pull that up?
Call me old-fashioned, but I miss when dragons and other mythical beasts were a force to be reckoned with. I hate how they have been nerfed and weakened by having them be tamed.
And that's kind of what you guys were talking about, right? As far as not saddling it.
Yeah, because we didn't, what I've said multiple times is, the minute you saddle any creature, it becomes subservient to whoever is sitting on that saddle. It can still be intelligent, can still be powerful, but it becomes, if not a pet, certainly a mount in some way. And, we wanted Beyithirr to be, as we said, a godlike level character. This is, a major force, ancient force in mythos. Having a character that rides that dragon just doesn't make sense lore-wise. And I've said, doesn't mean we won't have dragons in our lore that can be ridden, but not Beyithirr.
Gotcha. Soul Power here says I'd like to have fabric wings that can fold up and pop out for dragons or characters. And I know that's something that you had mentioned that you guys kind of looked at, but sculptural wise, it just made more sense to do it the way that you guys have done it. That's not to say that people won't do something like this. So if that's something you want, I'm sure somebody's going to be doing something.
Yeah, we looked at fabric options. We looked at articulated options, and either of those, you are trading the posability for the sculptural details. If you look at Beyithirr and you look at his wings and you see the level of detail in that, like those leathery parts, right, that are between kind of like the fingers of the wings, there's a ton of paint detail. There's a ton of sculptural detail. You 100% will lose that if you go with fabric. Additionally, when you add movable joints so they collapse, you're going to, see some of those mechanics and everything. Again, it's why statues sculpturally look so incredibly impressive, because they don't have to worry about sacrificing the sculpture for playability. For this particular figure, there's a ton of posability, but that was something that Eric was really cognizant of, is striking that balance between preserving the sculpture and adding the posability. Having those collapsible wings in the end, it just didn't make sense for Eric's vision of this toy.
Yeah, and Joe says with those back spines, it's going to be a tough ride. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. And then had a super chat here from Dylan, Legends Collector 1321. Don't forget to stop by Chubsy Wubsy's Toys after you pick up yours to see the dragon posed up by yours truly. I will be pushing it to its limits. Dylan is a notoriously awesome poser. Poses a lot of the stuff at Chubsy's shop. So yeah, definitely go and check that out. I'm sure he's gonna put it through its paces for sure.
Guys.
Yep.
Got an announcement.
Oh boy.
We broke 3,700.
So, I'm going to say that was mine. I'm going to say that was the one I ordered.
Well, we're at 3,710. So we've broken it and we're on the way now. So we're now under 300, 290 away from Beyithirr's Fury.
Well, let me show you a couple different colorways that Tanya had pulled us for, because she's on here with us, hanging out with us, and meanwhile Kevin is downstairs, I guess, on Illustrator, just like throwing different ideas at her, and some of these are pretty dang cool. So this was one that
he popped another one in there too, Curtis.
Yep, yeah, I just saw that. I'm gonna pull that up next, but This was it was funny because I was looking at the Granomir and I'm like, this is like pretty much the reverse of Granomir. Like Granomir is more the darker color on the underside and the lighter color up top. But I did think this was pretty cool.
Very cool.
And then the other one he did, and this is, you know, I know you said kind of, you know, hey, maybe stay away from certain ones that may get done, you know, but that's pretty cool.
Absolutely.
That's, you know, I mean, you've said it a million times, right? Who doesn't love red and black?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
It's just a cool color scheme, but yeah.
And there's another one.
There's a new one. Okay, gotcha. Let me take a look at that one.
And to be clear, I said I would stay away.
Right. Yeah.
From that stuff.
Yeah.
But that's also part of, you know, like my design background. When I used to do like design for clients, whenever we had to do a design project and we had to offer multiple designs, I was always the one that wanted to do like the super left of field, like the one that they were either going to love or absolutely hate. I always tried to avoid the most obvious ones. So that's just part of like my approach as a designer. So I wouldn't paint one red, but I think other people are going to, and they're going to be awesome.
All right, Tanya, I think this one might be my favorite. Like this one's pretty cool. All right, here's the latest one that we've just gotten from Kevin.
Oh, that's cool.
That's pretty neat.
Yep.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah,
that's very cool.
I like that a lot.
That's a good combo.
I think Brian would like that one the best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kevin has great ideas and color and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Awesome. Beautiful. Phones are getting busier. Terrence and Gina had to go answer those phones. So they've been working hard at those phones, getting it taken care of. So folks, go out there. We're getting closer. We're only a few hundred away now. Yep. So
how you feeling, Curtis?
I'm feeling great. Yeah, this is awesome. Now,
are you taking a break at some point to have some nutrients and to eat a little something?
I've gotten some coffee a couple times. I've gone to pee a couple times, and in between streams, I get about 3 minutes to jump from one stream to the other. So, yeah. Okay. So, dude, but yeah, we're doing good.
Make sure you are taking care of yourself today. Make sure you are hydrating and you're eating a little something. I'm sure all of your co-hosts can hold the ground while you take a few minutes to yourself.
Yeah, they've been great. They've been really awesome. So
I love that I'm trying to like, help Curtis, and he's like, I'm not leaving. I'm going to be on this live stream all day. I ran the gauntlet. And now I'm doing the gauntlet in one day.
Yeah, I'm doing it 24 hours. Actually 26. So, and it was funny because when we were on Schmerber earlier, Dorklayer had brought up, well, what if we hit 4,000 like early to mid afternoon? Then what do we do? I'm like, then we keep going. I'm like, and then I kind of said what you said from Offworld, right? Like. Mm-hmm. Like we've by the time we funded it, that was like break even, right? Then you start adding in the stretch goals, and you're making a little bit more money, but we're also adding in these stretch goals. Mm-hmm. So we get to 4,000 and we unlock this last one. That's not the finish line. That's not the tape. That's not like stop running. That is okay. That's great. We got the last stretch goal. Now let's promote the heck out of that, because now you've got an extra figure with all this extra stuff. Now it's a 5-figure wave on top of a dragon. If you went all in, we got to keep pushing, got to get those numbers up.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, the more we do, the more successful this is, the more incentive and, it gives us the ammunition we need to do other big things like this, to take risks for something like this. I mean, we got Jeff over here who would probably lose his mind if we did that Cosmic Legions rover. Something like this definitely makes us say, like, hey, how feasible is that? Is that something we can actually do? On that note, have we talked at all about like cyber dragons?
We knew that was a joke, by
Yeah,
the way, Dorklayer. We knew that was a joke. Yes, we did. We said, we told Carlo we needed a whole cybernetic leg for a dragon, like basically Canuck's Vol as a dragon, you know, with like tubes and contraptions and yeah.
Well, I imagine it like if you know Godzilla, like King Ghidorah, the 3-headed creature, when he comes back as like Mecha Ghidorah or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, one head is normal or the 2 heads are normal or whatever, and one head's a robot. His wings are robotic and stuff, like very cyborg. Like, I mean, heck, I don't know. Maybe there are these cyber dragons that live up there in Cosmerium somewhere.
And Carlo brought up a trapjaw dragon where you have like trapjaw arms and then trapjaw lower jaw.
Just switching out the jaw, like just switching out that lower jaw, or like sculpting on like a metallic like lower jaw would be super cool by itself. Like that would be pretty neat. So Christian says spaceship. There you go.
There it is.
Yeah, spaceship.
I would love the Oxnard so much, but I don't know where I would put that. Even like I would be hanging.
You can place it on top of Beyithir's wings.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the rover?
What's that?
What are you saying that you would love?
The Ox cruise ship, the Oxnard, isn't it the Oxnard?
Oh, the Gorgonox.
Gorgonox.
You couldn't fit the Gorgonox would be huge. It's so big, like
7 foot long.
I would go for like flag size.
It'd have to be over flag size. That was 1/18 scale. We're dealing in 1/12.
It doesn't fit
Jeremy,
everybody. It fits enough.
They're doing the new game.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. So maybe we can get it in a miniature format.
Miniature cosmics.
You know, speaking of the flag, that's one of the images I really wanted us to get that we were never able to actually do. I really wanted someone to bring in a USS flag, and I know people like photoshopped it, but I wanted to show an actual photo of Beyithirr fully extended on the deck of the flag, because I don't think it will go. I think the flag's a little bit longer.
The flag is 7 feet 2 inches.
Yeah, so it's a little bit longer than Bay fully extended. You'd probably be splitting a little bit more than a foot on either side. But seeing him, because again, the flag has always been the benchmark for giant toys. To see Beyithirr on the deck of the flag, I think people would just be like, holy, that would show his size in such an incredible way, similar to how it was when we showed it next to Grayskull and stuff like that.
Well, Joe says there's almost always a flag at ToyCon.
Yeah.
So there you
That's
go.
after we back the Bay.
You just got to slide up next to somebody and be like, hey, can we borrow your flag for a minute?
Up until it was an option to be able to pick this up from the warehouse, my plan was to get it shipped to my buddy Punk with toys. He has his flag, and he always goes on and on about his flag. And I remember during G-Con when you had said something about that, I was like, all right, I'm going to get this and I'm going to ship it right to him just so we can get that picture of Beyithirr across his flag. So, and then I know Jonathan mentioned he has one. So you're going to get that picture. It's going to happen.
That's all. I can't wait for that. It'll be cool once it's the actual production piece as well, because we'll be able to actually pose it on the flag and not have to, have Joe nervously trying to glue it into position.
Trevor said he's going to hedgehogs to shoot it. So, I mean, he's going to have to wrestle it away from Joe unless he's waiting for his to come in a year and a half from now. So, and I don't know how much you want to get into this, Jeremy. I'm just going to pull this up because I've seen some people asking this. Seen a lot of people asking for clarification on charging extra for shipping due to tariffs. I take it as you won't, but the way it was worded still confused people, because I think your wording was we have no intention of doing this. And then some guy came in who apparently is a lawyer, because the cabal has many experts.
Not a lawyer.
Yeah.
Not a lawyer.
Many experts in the cabal. But, basically right now, no plans that would come to be. Right.
No, I've said this yesterday on, I think on the afternoon show. We view a pre-order as a kind of a contract with our fans. We don't want to break that contract. We don't want to have to go back to you and say, oh, we need more money from you in order to ship this. So the idea of adding money to shipping, we charge you shipping up front. So we're not adding any money. The only person that's going to get charged shipping after the fact is somebody that chose local pickup. If their plans change and when the dragon arrives, they're like, look, I cannot come pick it up, we will have to charge them shipping. They'll end up paying whatever the shipping rate is at that time, which shipping typically doesn't go down. So it'll probably be more expensive than it is right now. And you'll absolutely be at the end of the pack, because we've already said that we're going to do the local pickups after all the shipping ones are out. So if you were in the local pickup and then we have to ship it, you're going to go at the end of the local pickup. So, but certainly if that happens, it's not like your SOL. We will 100% charge you for that shipping and get it to you. But that's the only scenario that I can see where someone's going to be charged extra after the fact.
Gotcha. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
Let's see. This person says, buy 2 fiery packs and make a 3-headed dragon. If that's what you want to do, yeah, definitely do it.
I mean, that's a big piece on the chest right there. The 2 of them, I'm really curious to see how someone's going to accomplish. 3 might be a little aggressive.
I mean, the spot, and I'll just pull this one that we have that's Kevin colored, just because I have it readily available. But like the spot here where it's coming off of the chest going into the neck, it is very thick.
Yes.
So I see what you're saying. Like if somebody did some sort of split from like this point on, I could easily see that going into 2 heads. 3 might be a little bit of a. But if you think of like what is it, King Ghidorah or Ghidorah that we were looking at last night? Like he has kind of a thin neck that goes into the 3 heads, right? Yeah.
Well, if
someone's going to make an extender, I almost feel like it's going to have to push it out. Like you're going to have to actually, because right now the bottom of that neck kind of clips right into the chest. I almost feel like you're going to have to put a part between that and the neck that splits. And I think it's going to change the shape of the dragon a little bit. Not necessarily a bad thing. I just think that you're going to have to get creative to do it, because that's a really large area.
Man, I just love the sculpt of this thing. It's so cool. It's just such a cool little thing. What a great time that we live in, that we're able to buy a dragon, right? This is awesome.
Amen.
Beautiful.
This size of a dragon too. Let's put it out there, because there's always been
that big.
Some cool dragon stuff out there. Dragons are always cool no matter what, but something of this scale, of this proportion, being available, it's a dream I never knew I had until November of last year. So,
Soul Power here says, can we talk more about Aetheron Griffins now? We need those mount for our Aetheron characters. And I'll kind of address this quick, and then whatever you want to say on this, Jeremy. But the more successful these things are, the more likely it is that we get cooler stuff, right? So this is time to put our money where our mouth is. Like there's a lot of folks, we've heard it before, where we kind of live in an echo chamber. I know there's some folks that thought, well, this is going to fund within the first 10 hours or 5 hours or 2 hours. Like we think that like sometimes the community is bigger than what it is. That being said, we've done really well, but this is the time to finish it off. And then, to me, if I'm running 4 horsemen and I see that, well, they supported this last thing, now maybe the next thing that was going to sound crazy doesn't sound as crazy. But Jeremy, thoughts?
I mean, I feel like we've done that quite a bit over the last few years. They're never going to do a skeleton horse.
Yep.
Never going to do a full-size bear.
Yep.
And,
we're not going to get a dragon.
We're not going to get a dragon.
I think everyone knew we were going to do a dragon.
The moment I knew for sure was when you brought out that little dragon. That was I'm like, they're just messing with me now.
Yeah. It was always a foregone conclusion we were going to do a dragon.
Yeah.
I think what's impressive is the fact that we didn't hold back, that we went full on to make Eric's vision for a dragon. And I said this on a show recently, agree or disagree with the decisions we make. That's your prerogative. At least respect the artistic vision and our commitment to it. Because we, and a lot of people are like, oh, I wish they would have done it smaller. I wish they would have done it less detailed so it would have been cheaper. Then it wouldn't have been a Mythic Legion's dragon.
Yeah.
That's not who we are. To me, that's like going into a Taco Bell and complaining that you can't get a slice of pizza. You're in the wrong place. You are coming to Mythic Legions. This is what you're looking for. This is who we are. A dragon that is this detailed, this scale. Shit, I wish it wasn't as expensive, but I'm looking at something right now.
And I wanted to say, I came into the line not collecting toys. This is new for me. This is completely new for me. And I've seen Kevin collect, forever. But the art and the detail that go into these figures are like nothing I have ever seen before with Kevin's, anything that Kevin's collected. So for me, being at Legions Con for my first year was more like being at an art show. And, it is amazing the artistry that goes into the regular figures. And you can tell Kevin, Kevin can tell you, I will not ever paint a figure if I don't have a Four Horsemen figure, because for me, that's where it started. That's where it is. So I will never paint a figure if I don't have a Four Horsemen figure that was exactly the way it's meant to be from the studio.
That's awesome.
And it's there because it's amazing. They are beautiful the way that they are.
I appreciate hearing that. I've heard, Curtis say similar stuff about when you get a new figure in, before you start tearing it apart for its components, appreciate the figure for what it is and kind of what went into creating what you are now holding.
Right.
Yeah, I think, on top of the artistry of it, because, that's something that, I talked about it recently with you and Brad, as far as my toy collecting and when it kind of changed from, taking these toys and creating adventures and banging the figures together to appreciating the artwork and displaying them and appreciating what they are. And so I totally get what Tanya's saying, the just the artistry of it is amazing. But the biggest difference to me is just how much you guys love this stuff, right? You guys love toys too, and you're excited about it, and you're excited about the fans. And so, I try my very best as much as I can to not get into it with people on social media when people start feeling like they need to complain about everything. But when they were complaining about that photo come Thursday morning or Wednesday night, Thursday morning, and it was every single person that was complaining about it was somebody that wasn't in the stream. And it's you're Monday morning quarterbacking this thing, but you weren't there. If you were there was not one person I saw in the chat that was upset with what was shown on your Wednesday show, because we were caught up in the moment with you. It was something where Joe is painting this thing. He's excited about what he's seeing. He's showing you and Cornboy and Treadaway, and you guys are excited about what you're seeing. And then you're debating on, hey, yeah, this isn't the most professional photo, and we don't have the right lighting and all this and that. Should we do this? But they're excited, and it's the last show before we do this thing. And yeah, let's go ahead and get it out there. And it was just a moment in time at the end of this campaign. You've talked about a lot of, sacrifices and time that you guys have put into this. you're going to remember that moment in this campaign for the rest of the time that you're working at the Horseman. And it was a moment that you were sharing with us that I truly appreciate, like from the bottom of my heart, especially knowing that you were probably going to get some heat from some people that weren't going to be excited about the photo that was shown. But I appreciate that that's who you guys are. It means a lot to us.
Well, you know what? There was a comment I saw that I took exception to, and I wanted to hit punch back, but I didn't. And I've seen this comment previously as well, where someone criticizes something we do, which is their absolute right. But then when people kind of push back on them, they immediately go to, oh, you guys are a bunch of sycophants, you know, you're all brainwashed, this is a cult, you know, and then they say, these guys are not your friends. You don't have to defend them. They're a company, you're a customer, you don't have to defend them. That is absolute garbage. Because Oz, I think you're the only one on this live stream that I've never met, right?
No, we've met Legions Con, Zolo Con.
Oz, I'm very sorry. I don't remember ever having like a really in-depth conversation with you.
It wasn't truly in depth. It was kind of more in passing. How's it going?
Okay.
I know I stickered you at Legions Con.
Yeah, as his backpack was knocking over people's displays.
Knocking over people's displays. I'm a lot bigger than I look on this screen.
Okay, well, Oz, we're going to have to rectify that this Legions Con. We're going to have to spend some quality time together.
I agree.
But all the rest of you, dude, you're my friends. Like, we've spent serious time together. I've had meals with most of you. You know, I talk to you outside of this type of stuff. Tanya, we did an interview at MuskeeCon, and I think we spent more time after the camera was off, you, myself, and Kevin just sitting there actually talking. So this idea that these are not your friends, okay, maybe you as the commenter, maybe I'm not your friend, maybe we've never had the chance to connect like that, but these people defending us, they are our friends. This is this goes beyond just the typical customer company relationship. And you see that in the support we get and the way that our friends come to our defense when someone is kind of attacking us.
Yeah, I mean, what other company greets you when you greet, like Jeremy, when we first saw each other at MuskeeCon, we hugged.
Absolutely.
Like, I mean, you're not going to do that to other companies. Like,
no.
I was well, first off, as far as like you hanging out with Tanya at MuskeeCon, you guys could have just carpooled to the next event because you guys met each other the next week and had another interview. Like you could have just went together, you know. But you know, to what Stacy's saying, like I remember my first Legions Con moment, right? 3 years ago, I get to Legions Con, and this is after a year where I was too scared to go, panic disorder and all this, that, too scared to go. And I walk in, and I don't know what to expect. And I walk into this big room, and this is at the La Quinta, so it's not the big room that we know now, but it was big at the time. I thought it was a huge room. And I look across the room, and I see two people. I see Jeremy, and I see Len. And Jeremy comes running over to me. I'm not talking like he doesn't walk over and shake my, comes running over to me to embrace me. Like that is what we have here. This is, you know, and it's just amazing. It is. It's more than toys, right?
At Legions Con 2023, Kevin got sick.
Yeah.
And I had to rush him to the hospital Saturday morning. And I told Chris, hey, I've got to rush Kevin to the hospital. You know, can you get a couple of things that I knew that I wanted to get? And so we took Kevin to the hospital. I got back early enough to be able to actually hit the show floor and pick up some things that I want. And I was waiting in line to go through the Four Horsemen line. I saw Jeremy, and Jeremy, first thing you said to me is, how can I help? What did you not get? And what do you need? And I mean, I'm like, I was able to get everything. Thank you so much. And just gave you a big hug for knowing what was going on and for having my back for whatever, you know, we needed. And man, that just, I mean, no other company is going to come up and say those things. No other person is going, you know, they're just not. And I do feel like we're friends.
Well, and you know, the folks that disagree with us on social media, you know, it's not like they're having a legitimate concern and we're telling them that they shouldn't have that legitimate concern. That's not what's happening. Like if you have a legitimate QC issue or something that happened and you need to address it, then yeah, you like definitely take it up with customer service. I've never seen a company with better customer service than the Four Horsemen. Like if you've got an issue, I think that in the 4 years that I've been collecting, I've had 2 problems with 2 figures. Both of them, I sent an email, and within a few weeks, I had the part that I needed to take care of it. You know, but we're not just in there. And if you are like, you know, because we're friends doesn't mean that you defend somebody on something that they did wrong.
Oh, no.
But when you see something that's completely inaccurate, you know, like people saying that you guys are, you know, the corporate greed and all this kind of stuff, and the price is too, like, I know, like we all know, like we know that you're a company that can be trusted, right?
Yep.
So then when folks say like that and they start making personal attacks, it's like, no, that's not a fair assessment. Like that, this is no longer just like your opinion, like you're stating things as facts that are not facts. So
yeah, and again, I mean, I never have a problem with someone saying, I don't care for this color, I don't care for this design, I would have preferred this. That's absolutely fine. I don't love when they say they should have done this, because it's like, okay, no, that's your opinion. You know, trust me, I've seen some people tell me the stuff that we should have done that I'm like, that would have been the worst selling figure in the entire line if we did that. But yeah, dude, I love the passion. I love it. Just the personal attacks, they don't make sense. And if you put an opinion out there, don't be surprised if people are going to argue with that opinion. And if you attack, then yeah, you're definitely going to get, you know, people are going to punch back. But yeah, I mean, again, it goes right back to something I keep saying over and over. We don't want to focus on, you know, all of that type of stuff. We all see those comments and everything, and I think we do our best to steer the conversation in a positive direction, and that's one of the reasons why this community is what it is.
Steve Areno says, my Bishop is missing a stirrup, but I bought it from BBTS. What should I do to get one?
So BBTS actually does have replacement parts. Reach out to BBTS. If they don't have one, then email customer service at sourcehorseman.com.
Yeah. And, you know, I don't want to stick on, you know, kind of a, you know, negative topic or anything like that. But there is one thing that I wanted to bring up that I haven't talked about yet that I was really disappointed with, because we have a customizing studio chat that we use to, you know, help support people and, you know, bring people in and share creativity. And we have these calls on Sunday to, you know, just work on stuff together and talk about it. And one place that I would expect to not see some of that stuff that we're talking about is in there, because it's about, you know, taking care of one another and sharing and helping one another. And I saw some folks in there that immediately were sharing that picture and saying, you know, how they thought it was terrible and this and that. And Joe Vassapolo is in that chat. Like, he is in there with these folks.
Yeah.
And it's like, what would you do if you painted something and you shared it and all of a sudden people started ripping it apart, knowing that when you shared it, it wasn't the best picture, but you know, worked hard on this thing, you were proud of this thing, and then people immediately started ripping it. It's just the one place that I wouldn't expect to see that, and I did, and it kind of it you know, I was a little disheartened by it. But I think the message I want people to get across on this is, like, these folks that work for the studio, they're not just some nameless, faceless people, right? They're people that we know in this community that have feelings and that are creative types, and like, they should be treated with respect as well. It's not just the folks in the cabal that are posting, you know, we have our 9-to-5 jobs and then we work on painting stuff at the side. These other folks deserve respect as well.
I agree completely. I mean, at the end of the day, too, you got to also temper that with, it was an in progress photo.
Yeah.
You know, it's like if you're taking a taste of the dish before all the ingredients are in and it's fully baked and you're like, oh, I don't like the way that tastes. Well, you licked the spoon before it was fully done. Give it time.
Right.
Come on.
Right.
Also, Joe and everyone at the studio, we're all professional artists. So we understand that we put our stuff out there to be judged in some way.
Mm-hmm.
I think all of us by nature have to have thick skin. Doesn't make it any easier to see that stuff. Still kind of there. I've definitely read comments that live in my head rent free, but I think we at least hopefully can get past it and get to what we need to get done. And in a case like this, the fact that once it was fully revealed, the conversation went from, I don't like the mustard night to, why can't I army build this awesome figure? Right there. If Joe has any feeling of, oh man, I should have done something different or whatever, look at all those comments once we showed the final results of everyone who wanted to buy a whole lot of them. That is evidence that you did an awesome job, man.
Yeah, and I mean, my take on it right away was I a lot of times don't know how much I'll like a figure until I see it in person, right?
Yep.
And so it's like it's a stretch goal. I spent the money I spent for a dragon, wings, and fire set. Anything else is extra, right? Yeah. And I'll get it and I'll like it and I'll put it on my shelf, or I'll get it and I'll sell it, and it'll help subsidize the purchase of the dragon that I made. But if I don't like it, I'm not going to be upset about it. What I'm going to do is just imagine that you guys handed me an envelope full of money, right? And it may be $50 in that envelope. It may be $300 in that envelope, because I don't know how much that figure is going to sell for. Yeah. But I know it's more than what I had before. So if I hit that stretch goal, it's good, and that's all I care about. So,
right.
I do have a $5 super chat here. Sorry, from Blake, aka Recon Rage. Says, I feel like we're all family, not just friends. I don't trust easily. My close network is small, and it's filled with you all. Thank you, Blake. Appreciate that, sir.
Yeah, I mean, you look at these numbers where we are for this campaign, and I'm so incredibly impressed. But at the same time, these figures are going to be much shorter supply than some of our current figures, These are being made in much larger numbers than Otho 1 was. Yeah, Otho 1, the original Orn, some of those figures were smaller runs. But if I compare this to some of our more recent figures, these are definitely not hitting the higher numbers that we see for some of our figures these days. So when these ship out and people start breaking these up, and the Ashen Skeleton and Zombie and Benegar and all of these characters, they're going to be harder to come by simply because we're making so many fewer of them than normal.
Yep. Let's see. Mythic Dolphin here says, I met Jeremy at Intern for a Day, 2018. We were in the same 4-H tour group, watching Eric Treadaway do an initial digital sculpt. Eric sculpts super fast. Jeremy is a great person. Absolutely.
Thank you, Tiffany. By the way, that item that we were watching Eric sculpt is the alternate head on the Tusk Science Officer.
Awesome. J-Max says, the amount of time that Eric and Cornboy spent talking toys with me at Legion's Con blew my mind. Such a fantastic community. Much love for the whole studio. Yeah, I mean, I know that we don't get to see the walk around that you and Eric do, kind of like the Legion's Con walk around after setup. Yep. But just the fact that it happens, it's awesome, right? The fact that this guy has spent his time creating this line, sculpting all these toys, having this vision, and not only is he okay with folks creating other things with it and changing these creations, but encourages it, and then appreciates it and wants to walk around and see these things and see what all these other people have come up with the stuff that he's put out into the world. So cool.
And the only reason he does it after hours with me is Eric is one of the nicest people in the world, and he will not separate himself from a conversation. He will talk to someone for 2 hours while they're talking his ear off until I come to him and say, no, Maverick, I need Eric back. You have to stop talking to him. But that's why, like, he tried to get in this past Legion's Con. He walked in that door, Curtis, where like Jesse was, right?
Yep. He didn't make it past the row. Yeah.
He was in the room for hours. He got to a meal. That's like 4 tables. Jesse, it's 3 tables, right? It's insane how much he could, and he wouldn't be able to actually see the whole room if he was doing it with everyone in there. So it's something we've done for a number of years now. I absolutely look forward to it so much. For anyone that doesn't know what we're talking about, after the setup, after the doors, we close the doors on exhibitors for setup night. Eric and myself always walk the entire floor of Legion's Con. So anyone that ever thinks, any of our artists and vendors that are ever like, oh, Eric never came to my table. Yes, he did. He absolutely saw your art. He saw everything you had there.
Darla Ackerman, I know her. She says, you won't sell my Benegar, though.
Nope. Nope.
All right.
No,
duly noted. Let's see.
So, guys, I'm going to bail. But before I do, I just see that someone just asked what the order numbers are. So why don't I do an update while I'm here?
Okay. Well, while you look up that real quick, I did want to start collecting for a giveaway because our friend Weisedway at Javaria picked me up one of these headhunters at ZoloCon that I told him that I would give away on the channel. So this is the exclusive. It's got the extra exclusive parts on it. And we are going to do this as hashtag final stretch. So put in that hashtag final stretch and we will spin this in just a little bit to give this away. All right. What are we at, Jeremy?
I'm still working on it.
Oh, okay. Then I thought you were going to be faster than that. I should have stretched it out. I should have made that final stretch more stretchy. So.
I will say I'm actually getting ready to do the post. Okay, so it looks like we were at the last post I did was 3686. I know I reported to you that we were at 3710.
Yep.
So we were at 3710 a little bit ago. Let me refresh our numbers. Okay. And got to look here. $37.37.
Gotcha. $37.37.
So we're at 145. 37.37. I'm going to post this up on the website now. I know you guys are going to 3, so I might not be back on here before you go. Curtis, what's after this one?
Next one after this is Latin Legions, which should be interesting because they do a lot of fun games. So we'll see what kind of games they got in store.
Okay. Latin Legions. I'm feeling it.
There you go.
Everyone, talk to you soon.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Jeremy.
So yeah, hashtag final stretch for this headhunter with the exclusive parts. So I have not opened mine yet. Anybody got their headhunter? You guys? Yeah. Thoughts on that figure?
Oh my god, I freaking love that figure. I mean, naturally, it's glow in the dark. Like all the little painted bones, it's glow in the dark. That was a no-brainer. And then you get the green, like
flame effect,
wispy effect from the eyes and the head. Like that. As soon as they showed it off, when they announced it, I was like, I had no plans to go to ZoloCon at the time, but I hit up Terrence. I was like, hey, Terrence, I'm going to need some help getting that guy. You got me? He was like, yeah, I got you. And then it was like, oh, ZoloCon's only 2 hours away. Don't worry about it, dude. I'm coming up.
There you go.
We're going.
That's the way to do it.
So I planned a whole trip just around Headhunter. And then my most favorite freaking Mythic Legions figure came out the same weekend.
Yeah, Barbarian.
The legendary Barbarian. So yeah, Headhunter.
Yeah, that thing.
Get him. Get him.
Anybody else Headhunter thoughts?
I initially got him to customize them, and I haven't been able to bring myself to pull them apart. It's so
right?
cool.
Like you just don't want to.
No,
like, not at all.
I would
I
say
can't
it's
open the box until we get another one.
Ooh.
Gotcha.
Good
Jeff?
luck. Good luck, Tanya.
Well, we're gonna get. If we get this, if Kevin entered and we get this one, that's great. But if not, when they do the regular release at the end of the year or whatever, whenever they do the regular release, we'll grab one and I'll open it and play with it.
Gotcha.
So, I just can't open this one because it's Four Horsemen. I can't.
And I think the exclusive parts are the half skull and the flame
It's
effect,
the half
right?
skull,
Right.
the greenish flame effect. Those are the exclusive parts. Which again, if you got the undead,
Undead.
Legion builder, you've got those parts. It's just not in the green and white colorway. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
Jeff, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna say, out of the exclusives last year, Skullman was one of my favorites, and it's a nice combo of three of probably the best figures out there right now: Skullman, Legendary Barbarian, and the Undead Builder Pack, and you get that all in one figure.
Debuted at ZoloCon, yeah.
Because you got the boots and the newer boots on there, and so good.
Stacy, did you guys get one of these? The Headhunter?
Yes. One of Brian's friends picked him up one.
And your thoughts?
Cool. Yeah, I like it. It's really cool. I love the flame effect on it.
I might have to get this thing here. I saw Schmerber talking about this yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
He just got the Rojas, which is the red one, but when I saw this figure, and it then you compare that to this, like I kind of want to put those two next to each other and have them as a team, right? And I don't know where I would display them because it really doesn't go with my mythics. I don't think it really goes with my cosmics. It probably have to have its own section or something, but I just feel like those two would work really well together.
By your Obscuras.
Maybe, yeah. So yeah, I might have to pull up pull the trigger on that big bad toy store. Let's see. I see Eric Miller is in the chat. Welcome. Once again, hashtag final stretch for this chance at the Headhunter figure. This is the exclusive. We got Brad out there. Brad of Beyondgar. JG is here now. We got Jeremy has shown up. Jeremy Waltman. Got a few people joining. So they must have heard.
That's right.
Heard there's some giveaways going on. Yeah, so some good conversation about customizing on the dragon. What about now that we know that there's this Beyithir's order Beyithir's order, and we've got Benegar, Beyithir's Fury. Any thoughts to kind of customizing more of that faction? Have you guys had any kind of thoughts around that?
I think it happened in our offline chat. Somebody bringing up a wizard, and when I said Arazak, I didn't mean a specific it's gonna look like Arazak for Beyithir's order. I just thought it would be great to have a woodland mage or woodland wizard to go along with Beyithir, and complete that color scheme that Benegar and Fury has, but not so close to Xylona's flock, but more for Benegar or for Beyithir's.
Sorry, something funny just happened. All right. Anybody else? Beyithirr, order of Beyithirr. Any thoughts?
I definitely do. I'm gonna do the wizard thing. Just got to figure out soft goods and stuff like that. But I think it would be really cool, in the next reinforcements wave, if they did another Knight of Beyithirr or something like that. Not necessarily the masked ones, but another army or whatever.
Yeah, like same colorways, but again, doesn't need the pauldrons or a specific style helmet to necessarily go with. But to have that color scheme so that it would fit in well to Legion build for Beyithirr.
Right. So we got a couple cool new things from I'm guessing from Kevin. First is this new colorway. This is awesome. I really like this.
There it is.
I
there
think
it is.
This is an Oz one right here, right?
Oh,
purple and green, like
green and the purple. Ooh.
Yeah,
I'm having palpitations over here now.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So
Oh,
this
is awesome.
Yeah, this is a great one for Oz. And then I think the next one probably is more for Jeff. I think Jeff would like this one.
He said for Jeff.
Yeah.
Perfect. Nailed it.
Space Dragon.
That's the Space Dragon.
So there we go. Carlo, if you're still watching, this is the head that we need.
Helmet.
Yeah, we just need a giant. We don't even need it to a head, just a giant helmet to go over the neck stump of the dragon.
You gotta pick them up at like the American Girl shop or whatever. Don't they have like a?
Yeah, Jeff, Kevin did that one just for you, honey.
That's awesome. Thank you, Kevin.
Well,
thank you, honey.
Joe says you got what you asked for.
That's that Space Dragon. I see.
Yeah, that is definitely a space dragon.
That has got to be in the Cosmic Cabal by the end of today, and I'm gonna be like, "Here, this is what you want for a Space Dragon, everybody."
I'm sure that you could probably talk Tanya into sending you that picture.
Hey, look, my wife said almost convinced now. So
well, there you
keep
go.
going, Kevin. Keep going.
We're getting
Liz, come
close.
on. You gotta have one.
Getting close. Let's see where we're at on this giveaway. We've got 146 people watching. We've got 68 into the giveaway tool. So let's get those numbers up. Hashtag final stretch. Once again, this is for a ZoloCon exclusive Headhunter figure. Doesn't cost you anything. I'll pay for shipping. All right. So no worries there.
Real quick,
go ahead and
I
put in
did
the
want to say
hashtag.
this, Curtis, before. Yeah. So I know in StreamYard, it joins the chats. And technically, I know that is StreamYard's giveaway tool. But just to be on the safe side, since this is simulcasting on Legion's Ladies, I do recommend for a moment, if you are on Legion's Ladies stream and you put Final Stretch in the chat, jump over to Curtis's stream and put Final Stretch in the chat, and then you can go back to watch it on Legion's Ladies, just to make sure, because I've never done a simulcast.
I'm pretty sure
the
right.
giveaway tool.
When you do the giveaway
that number
tool, you have to select where it's coming from.
Yeah,
it's
you know what?
Selected from here. So yes, if you're watching from the Legion's Ladies, absolutely you can continue watching there, but you may want to just pop over to Art by Ackerman, do the hashtag so that you're entered into this, so that we make sure that we got that. Right. So
want to make sure everybody gets a fair chance at this.
Good job.
And after some nice rest, and I mean, man, looks like that rest hit him nice and beautifully.
Right? Look at Joe. He's actually got like a glow about him since he's coming back.
Are you looking all fresh and nice?
Right?
I heard Curtis say tool, and it's like my bat signal. I was like, I'm on my way, buddy.
So Joe, we've been doing a lot of talk about the dragon and customizing the dragon, and then also just recently some talk about Beyithirr's order and kind of doing maybe some custom like around that faction. So any thoughts that you have for either customizing a dragon or just other members of that order?
Did you bring up what I told you last night?
I don't know what you told me. It's been a long time since I've slept.
Wow. Okay. Only
Joe, I don't even remember
customizing idea.
So Joe, no, he did not. Go ahead.
The fiery breath pack, right? That dragon head has a removable tongue. All you got to do is turn it sideways and glue it in, and he's a Dargan.
Dargan.
I'm a Dargan. No,
nobody's.
We did not talk about that. No.
Okay.
We did talk about like a neck stump that would go into the extra head to look like a severed head. We talked about new feet. We talked about new heads. We talked about all different kinds of dragons that we could do. We talked about your D&D turtle dragon thing. What was that? Tarrasque. We talk about could you make a Tarrasque out of it? So yeah. But any other like actual ideas? I know you were initially, when it came to the dragon and the stretch goals, one of the things that you were really hoping for, you were almost begging for, was a Legion builder to be in this as a stretch goal.
I was super excited that and hoping that they would do a Legion builder just so that the community, of people that prefer discourse would lose their minds, because you'd have to buy a dragon to get a Legion builder, and I thought that would be hilarious. And then it happened, and I laughed.
He didn't just laugh. He tee-heed, and I heard it all the way here in Maryland from Arizona. It was the loudest tee-hee ever.
And
J-Mac just placed his orders. Nice job, sir.
Yes.
Good job.
I think for Beyithirr's Fury, now Jeremy hinted that there would be a Legion builder coming later on without, I don't know what exactly they're going to do, but he teased it. So I think even if you only get one, those extra face plates will be an option, something that, they're probably going to be exclusive to the campaign, but you can pick up a bunch of Legion builders later on and pop and swap and have, a group of Furies on your shelf, which would be pretty darn cool.
Yeah.
For sure. Absolutely.
Unless you don't buy a dragon, then you get nothing. Good day, sir.
Then you just completely lose out. Like,
right.
And I'm not trying to say like anybody's a loser if they don't back the dragon, because I understand.
Right.
But there is so much involved in this. And it's like, imagine if you just decided to skip an entire wave. How much you're missing.
Well, yeah. Listen, at the very beginning of this, I backed the first day because, that's what heroes do. But if you that's not the first day. But listen, here's the thing. Before I even knew this was going to be a thing, before I knew that it was going to hit even the goals to be made, before the stretch goals, I said, I'm willing to put down this money just for the dragon and the wings and the fire effect, because I think it's cool. Okay. But at this point, when you're getting at least 4 figures and the dragon and the fire and the wings, if you did the all in, like how do you not do that? Like, it's, I understand some people have certain financial reasons, and if that's your thing, if you got financial reasons, I totally get that. If it's because you have a spouse that doesn't support you, I guess I can accept that. You have the option to leave, but I'll accept that one. If your excuse, because I've heard some people say this, is space, I don't accept that excuse. That is a terrible excuse, because everybody that I've heard say space, I've seen them on this screen with space behind them. I don't care. You can find some space. You can kick a kid out of the house. You can take whatever, the crate that your dog sleeps in, you can put it in there. You can hang it from the ceiling. Yeah. Like you can find space. That's an unacceptable answer. So
look, I've said it before. The problem with space is that you're trying to confine your collection inside of a house.
Yeah.
Sell your house. Now you have unlimited space and a lot more money to buy toys.
Also, if you need more space, buy Cosmic Legions. It's all space.
All space.
There you go. Right, Jeff? Jeff, do you support that?
I support that.
Okay.
From Cosmic Jeff to you.
And Jeff, has Liz been convinced yet?
Shaking head, no.
Come on, Liz.
That's not true, Jeff. You're saying she's shaking his head, but I saw her come in and tap your shoulder earlier and say, "Go ahead and back it."
I'll take that, Oz. I'll take that.
Look, I just witnessed it. It's on YouTube. Everybody saw it. She can't say no.
We are at 9 hours, folks. Just over 200 left. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me tell a story real quick here. And
He's not
this
as good about
this isn't
pressure,
related to anything. Everyone can take this however they want, But when I was young, I wanted a bike. I didn't have a bike. So I prayed to God for a bike and I never got a bike. But then I stole a bike and prayed for forgiveness, and that worked. And relationships are like that. It's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission.
I have to steal a Beyithirr.
No, you have to ask for forgiveness, not permission, Jeff. You missed the point.
Do not steal a Beyithirr.
You can't steal the Beyithirr. It's not there yet.
He's stabbing people for parts. He's stealing bikes.
My life lives on apologies, so just to give you the heads up.
There you go. That's it.
Joe, did you happen to see the custom idea for Jeff for his dragon?
No. What's up, Jeff?
Oh, I didn't do it, but
what's that helmet off of? That's a big ass helmet.
I
think
don't know.
that's Jeff's actual head size. Right there.
Alex was saying American Girl dolls, so we'll go looking for American Girl dolls.
Yeah, Jeff's about the size of an American Girl doll. That's
I think
Thanks, Joe.
You're welcome.
I think this could easily fit within your Cosmic Legions for sure.
Yeah,
I think it could.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I need the background too. That'll be great.
There's
I gotta get going. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely, sir.
Bye,
Well,
Alexander.
see you guys in a bit.
Bye, Alex.
See ya.
Yeah, have a good one, man. Let's take a look at that giveaway tool, see where we're at. This is hashtag final stretch. We've got 134 people watching. We've got 90 in the giveaway. So are there just 44 of you that you don't want this? You don't want a free figure? What's going on? Let us know.
If you're over at Legion Slays, please come over to Art by Ackerman. Put
At
in
least to put in the hashtag, and let's get this over 100. If we get this over 100, we'll spin it, and then you guys can watch wherever you want. All right.
Hey Jeff, on back to for Liz. I know she's watching, but you can go on the Source Horseman, check out shipping, okay, select it, and oh no, you accidentally bought a dragon.
I've heard that happen to a few people.
I have heard of that happening.
Oops.
Yeah, I've heard of that happening.
I hit too many
Just
buttons.
looking at the shipping.
You know what's interesting, and I've heard people say that like the shipping rates can change day to day or whatever. So when I made my first purchase, which was 2 dragons and the 2 fire sets and 1 set of wings, my shipping was $160, right? Today I just ordered an extra dragon. It was only $43. I was very happily surprised at the shipping. Like $43, that's nothing, I'll blow that at McDonald's. So
I was gonna say that's less than a meal out.
yeah. Exactly. So but yeah, I was pretty happy with it. So I don't know if it's just me, but I think maybe shipping rates are down today. Maybe might be good. This might be a good day to pull the trigger. I'm just saying.
Small
Jeff.
blessings. Just saying.
Yeah.
Small blessings.
Yeah.
And Jeff, you don't even have to pay shipping. You can take a road. You and Liz and Gina and Terrence road trip.
Yeah, for the small cost of 100 cups of coffee, you could get a dragon.
Well, Gina and Terrence are already making a trip up. They
Right?
can bring it back,
Yeah, that's true.
even if you don't want to go.
Yep.
All right, folks, we are going to pull this. This is we're at over 100 now. We're 103 people. Hashtag final stretch. Once again, this is for a Headhunter Zolocon exclusive with the exclusive parts. Not that one, this one. There we go. Really cool figure. So last chance. We're going to give this about 5, 4, 3, 2, and spin.
Let's
Here we go.
Go, Kevin. Let's go, Kevin.
Oscar Thomas toys.
My lucky streak continues on Curtis's channel. Woo!
Oz, I definitely have your information, and I will send this off
sure?
as well as any garbage that's in my
I
garage.
was going to say another 75 pounds of scrap figures.
For those that missed
It's
it last
packing material.
or Friday night, I sent Oz a package that was 12 pounds of garbage with just some other cool stuff in it too. So there you go.
Bags of this stuff all over the
Broken old vintage figures. Yeah.
Derek would be proud.
All right, that is going to be coming your way, Oz. So congratulations.
So I was gone for a few hours. Where are we at? I missed the update.
We're at
300.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's like what do you say? 37 something. I think there's a new post. 37. Yeah.
Yep.
So
let's go.
Yep. I mean, we're in prime position. We're looking pretty good. So
yeah.
Let me take down this banner. And just a reminder, the hotlines are open. You know, I feel pretty good about this stream. You know, we've talked about some different customizing options. We talked to Carlo about maybe some new parts that we might need for dragons. We settled the whole toe debate. The toe debate is done. We basically said, hey, you know, women, if your feet are in good shape and you got some nice colored toes and you've got maybe a good reason behind the color that you used on your toes and it's towards a good cause, you can go ahead and show your toeses. I'm still not going to look at them, but you can do that. But guys, Schmerber, Mark, no. Yeah, nobody wants to see them toeses. Okay.
Cover them toes up.
Yeah.
Cover them up.
Yeah. That may sound sexist, but I don't care. Mark and Schmerb, I ain't trying to see them toeses. So
just saying, like, you know, I don't care if people are going to make fun of you or not.
Call that number. Like, you need to call that number.
Yeah, and they are
a joke, but no, call that number.
Yeah, call the number for sure. Yeah.
There's a reason we're running a real telephone number. If we didn't want you to call it, we would have put 555 in there.
We would have said it's a marathon. It's not a marathon, it's a telethon.
It's a telethon.
Yeah.
We expect calls.
Gotta have a number.
I called the hotline. Lady answered, called me big boy and wanted to make my fantasy come true.
Oh, sorry, that was me. That was me. My bad.
Wow.
You got one number off in the phone number that you called.
Yeah. Whoopsie. So,
Yeah, it's the number on the screen. Please
Yeah.
make
Not
sure you get that
1-900 and whatever else you dialed. Do those even work anymore? I don't know.
Oh, that's funny.
Jeff Ray Evans.
Somebody just bought their Beyithirr. Superb virus. Nice job, Superb.
Yay!
Very nice, very nice. Another one down.
Appreciate
Another
it.
one.
Yeah.
Now we just got to get Jeff Ray.
Jeff Ray.
I need the helmet. I need it to come with the helmet. So 500. We need or 500. We need the helmet.
I think if see, here's the problem, Jeff. We need to enable your household. Okay. The problem is that right now we're preaching to the choir. Okay.
Yep. Yep.
We need Liz on here so we can enable her. We can fully enable Liz and get her into this. That's what we need. We
Just show her the space dragon, Curtis.
Yeah,
show
we want the good Evans. So.
The good Evans. They're calling for the good.
This is how we butter you up, folks.
Yeah. We want the legend mommy.
Oh.
Eric, no, Jeff has not yet gotten the dragon. He definitely wants to, but he still has some convincing to do. So yeah.
Everybody knows where she can get instant messages. Just saying.
So Tanya, first off, appreciate you guys joining us for this dual stream. As a Legion's lady kind of representative, and Stacy, I'd like your take on this as well. What would you do to enable your spouse to be able to purchase a dragon? How would you go about doing that? What would that look like?
We hear Brian in the background.
We heard that.
He's in the other room working on his diorama. Get to work. I would put like pictures of the dragon, like all throughout the house. You know, like on was it Christmas Story when he slides a picture in his mom's magazine. You know,
there you
like
go.
just put pictures everywhere. Talk about, man, aren't dragons cool?
Yeah.
That would be a great place to put a dragon.
Have you tried slipping her pictures of dragons, Jeff? Is that something you've tried?
Slipping pictures of dragons.
Yeah.
Jeff, there's no excuse at this point. You've got to take every opportunity. If there's even a chance.
Eric Miller here says his wife says that as the wife of Enabler, she is prepared to enable your wife.
Oh.
So there you go.
That is enabling to the nth degree.
Yeah. And, Tanya, I know you and Kevin are usually of the same mindset when it comes to getting these figures. But let's say for 1 minute, let's just say he just wasn't sold. He was not, he's saying, no, we're not going to get this thing. What would you say to Kevin to change his mind and get this dragon?
Honey, please just buy me this dragon.
That's pretty good, Jeff. That's pretty good.
Life.
Please just let me buy this dragon.
No, you see how Tanya's didn't sound so desperate? It was more sweet, and yours.
Let's get a dragon.
I'm desperate.
We're getting the dragon. We are
I'm
getting
in a household
a dragon.
Yeah, yours sounded like Smeagol trying to get the ring. Okay, and that's not what it is. Well, we tried. We tried.
She can't tell it's a PG stream.
Oh, that's awesome.
Wait, I'm on a PG stream? Curtis, I am so sorry.
Greg said, I think a woman asking for a dragon would go a completely different conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That you know what? There is a paying for option, Jeff. Does Liz know about the paying for?
Paying 4, paying 6, paying 12. There's multiple options.
There you go. That might be the way to go.
And the payment 12 is like $34 a month.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not bad.
No, my toy budget is like $60 a month.
Gina says, just checking messages, lots of giggles and hangups. So that's not going to get us those dragons. Let's see.
Kyle said bad dragon. Oops, wrong toy line.
Yep, no, that's a different one. That's a different one.
This is not the dragon we're selling here.
Dusty, Kevin was excited, but I have to say that I am a lot more excited about.
Yeah, we had Brian Lynn on last night, and he said I was ordered that we were getting the dragon as soon as it was available, and I was like, okay. So,
he's vacuuming up his diorama, so it's kind of loud in my background. But yes, like we ordered the first day, and I was like, you have to get this, and I think I'm going to enable him to get another fire.
Nice. So, okay, so we've heard two different options here, Jeff. One is the very sweet Tanya option where, please, honey, buy me this dragon. And the other one is Stacy's, we're getting this dragon and you can order it right now. So I would say try both of those. see how it goes.
Third option.
Oops, I pressed all the buttons and we have a dragon coming.
Yeah. I mean, that's one way. I was going to say seduce, but if you want to do the oops wrong hole, that's up to you. It normally doesn't work out.
That's not what I said, Oz.
That's what I heard.
Come on.
Wow.
And Gina did say, you have friends going to pick up theirs.
That's true. Yeah, you can save on shipping. Yeah, save on the shipping. I mean, that's one of the biggest costs is the shipping.
It's
So,
actually the taxes. We're like double taxed down here. I saw Jordan got triple taxed up in North Carolina. It's crazy.
Hey, Gina heard it too. She totally heard it, Jeff. Don't you say you didn't.
here's what you do. You have somebody that lives in Oregon with no state tax purchase it, do local pickup, have Gina pick it up. You avoid taxes and you avoid the shipping. You're good to go.
Holy crap, that is an awesome idea.
Yeah, just say you're like you live in Delaware.
Wait,
They have no
Curtis,
sales
Curtis,
tax.
this
Yeah.
just in. That's a good pitch from the kitchen. That's a good. You got the taxes down and you got the shipping down for us.
Yeah.
All right.
And I know somebody in Oregon that could help me out with that.
We've got contacts and connections.
Hey,
all
if I can help in the littlest way, then yeah,
we're gonna make this happen.
Yeah.
We're gonna make. If it happened for Oz earlier in the day, then it could happen for me.
It happened for me after one stream.
Yeah,
It's not like it'll happen. Seduction, Jeff. Show her them eyes. Give her a couple of winks. Light a few candles.
Shipment. Taxes off.
There you see, you're saying all the right words now. Just go.
Wait, this just in from Gina.
Whoa,
What?
whoa. So we're to a possibility.
Oh,
To a possibility. Shipping off, taxes off, and a payment plan. Those are three things she just said.
and this just in from Gina. Get her a tumbler.
Yeah.
So
I get her a Beyithirr tumbler. We're golden. We're golden. We're sold. So I need a Retro Rags tumbler or somebody who makes tumblers. Let's get it going. She backs
we'll
the
get
day.
a tumbler. I'll go on to Canva right now and get one made up.
Oz is gonna make this happen with
It'll take me like maybe 10-20 minutes. It's not going to take long. It's going to look just like all the thumbnails for the stream.
People are coming in with states like, what? I live in this place. I live in this place.
Okay, so we saw what a customized dragon would look like for Oz, right? The purple and green one. It was pretty amazing.
You could show that one again. Just saying.
Maybe later. We saw what the one would look like for Jeff, right? Had the nice helmet on it. Apparently, we've got one for Joe Gonzalez. So, yeah.
Why does that dragon look Russian all of a sudden?
It's a Ruski dragon.
Lord Russia. Dragon don't drink vodka. Vodka drinks dragon.
It looks like he's about to start that crouch dance.
He has a great mustache, though.
He does. I'll admit that.
Roberto says Peach Dragon. That wasn't Peach Dragon. That was Pietro's dragon.
Pietro. At least it didn't have the spaghetti mustache. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, this is true.
You can't say it's Joe's dragon and give it a wimpy mustache. That's not going to work.
And this was Oz's again. So
oh yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, that looks nice. So
So Dorklayer has a good comment. He says, if you're trying to talk your partner into letting you order the dragon and you haven't cleaned the bathroom yet today, you are doing it wrong.
Shit.
I don't know what, but if you
clean up
I did the
shit.
dishes.
Yeah.
I did the dishes
Jeff,
today.
it's the opposite of cleaning it. You're not supposed to shit in it. You're supposed to go clean it.
all I had to do was give her one of the Benegars. That's it. You know. So
have you tried offering her a Benegar yet?
Yeah, there you go.
We're only getting one Benegar, and that's mine.
But you're leaving opportunities on the table.
Oz, you're gonna get further with the tumbler. You get her a tumbler with Beyithirr on it, and have that included in the price she is in.
We got Lauren in the house. Hey, Lauren, how's it going?
Hey,
Lauren.
All right. So, next on the agenda after this show is the Latin Legions. So you've got Matt and Alberto and Tony and Ed. I'm not sure who else they're going to have on there. Hopefully me, so that I can complete that would suck, right? If I stayed up all this time and then they're like, yeah, we don't want you on our stream. And then it just ended right there. Actually, it would suck if they let me on their stream and then Jesse kicked me off of tonight, which I know is not my channel. Tanya made that very clear at MesquiteCon. So
you shouldn't have told him to watch Offworld, Curtis. You might have just blown it, man.
Oh man. It's funny.
So yeah, Latin Legions, they have a lot of fun over there. Should be a great show. That is right after this. We've still got about 37 minutes. No, yeah, about 37 minutes. Tanya, what do you guys have coming up? You got a pretty big show this week, don't you? Isn't there some sort of special guest or something?
Yes, there is. We are gonna have Robo on the show on Thursday night.
Now I heard he's your best friend now, right? Didn't that happen at Legions Con? Yeah, okay.
We're besties, yep. And actually he agreed to be on the show at Legions Con. But the weeks that we had available, he was traveling and doing other things. So I knew I was going to, have him confirm a date when I saw him at Toylanta. But yeah, we confirmed it, and he is the next guest, and we're super excited to have him on.
And do we know, maybe you don't know this, I don't know, has Robo pulled the trigger on a dragon?
He has. Backed it the first day. His wife said, you're going to get this. And he got it the first day. I think he got the dragon and maybe the extra fiery head and stuff. So I think those are the two parts of it that he got, but he backed it first day.
Trevor has asked me to get some sleep. He says he doesn't need Punchy Curtis tonight. Well, too bad, because that's what you're getting. You're getting delirious as fuck, Curtis.
And Brian, thank you very much. I love doing those spotlight interviews. I have had a lot of fun both at MesquiteCon and at Toylanta, just getting with people and asking them, how their weekend is going. It has been a lot of fun, and I enjoy doing it.
It's been fun. It's been the interviews have been great, but we know whose is the best one, right?
Absolutely, no doubt.
Which is
Vans at Toylanta.
No. Stacy, whose is the best one?
Alexander's, because the furries.
That's exactly right. So good.
I just loved his face when they came on. He's like,
he didn't even want to continue the interview. He's like, I think we're done here.
Yeah, Tanya's just embracing it like, hey!
Yeah, like, whatever.
Bad news on the Tumblr front. Apparently, Canva doesn't do tumblers because they're first time I've ever been mad at Canva. Most I could do is a mug.
Okay,
it's got to be a tumbler.
I'm gonna sound really dumb here. Okay, but that's all right. I don't mind sounding dumb. Half of what I do on the air is just me sounding dumb. What exactly is a tumbler? I know it's some form of cup, but is it
what your coffee is in?
Okay, so this is a tumbler.
This is
a tumbler.
Does it have to have a handle?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so it has to have a handle.
This is a tumbler. This does not have a handle.
No, my lady likes a tumbler with a handle.
Liz, does it have to have a handle?
She ran away.
Okay, I guess it has to have a.
She knows once she sits down with us, the answer is just going to be yes. That's why she's avoiding coming on.
So, like what we had with the Monkey King, right? Like they called that a tumbler, but that doesn't have a handle.
Tumbler, but
so that's not a tumbler.
It just doesn't have a handle.
Okay, so she wouldn't accept that as payment for a dragon.
No.
Okay.
We've tried that, been there, done that. That was thrown out.
No, Brian, as far as I know, Canada still does tumblers.
Awesome. So Robo this Thursday, and now Saturday mornings, you guys do a little thing where you let people listen to birds or something. Is that right?
Well, when they're going on right outside of my window when I wake up in the morning, why not let people listen to them because it's so relaxing.
It's a bonus to our talking.
It is.
Talk with birds.
It is so peaceful. Like it's just like very serene. So
if you miss this week,
you got to listen to Tanya get irritated because the beard got too glossy. So
it did. And then I took the gloss away.
She unglossified it.
Yeah.
You know, Tanya did what customizers do, which is you try new things, you throw shit at the wall, you see what sticks. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, but then if it doesn't, you fix it. So
that's right.
Yeah.
I kept thinking to myself, well, if it doesn't work, I'll just clean it all off and redo it again. But I got it to work. It actually looks really, really good. I'm super impressed with it. And I got it to match the new Skelly 4-pack. So it is going to be on my table at IshCon in May. So Legion's ladies.
Good. I think you even matched the blue on the hat right. So
yeah. But Legion's ladies will have a table at IshCon in May.
Legion's Con?
I don't know. I haven't heard from Jeremy if I'm going to have one at Legion's Con or not. But I did get one for IshCon.
If not, so you know where you got space.
I'm very, very thankful and love you and Darla both. I cannot wait to get to see you and hug you again.
We may have a problem here, Jeff. Dorclair says tumblers do not have handles.
Yeah, I saw there's a disagreement in the chat with what is a tumbler?
No, it's like collecting Mythic Legion. Some people are like, "Oh, I'm a dwarf guy," or "I'm a skeleton guy." Like we know there's different types. We're talking about the type she collects.
Yeah, she collects with handle.
Yeah, Bill says, handle or no handle, all tumblers are beautiful.
The handle just makes it easier.
Yeah.
All tumblers are created equal.
Yeah. And Freaks Figure says if it has a handle, it's a travel mug. So
you're a travel mug.
She said no.
I'm kidding. That's a joke.
Angry Joe is the best. Tumbler fight.
This is the whole chugga debate all over again. Handle, no handle.
This Thursday, we know we got Legion's Lady. So next Thursday on Dorclair, I want Dorclair versus Liz in a tumbler fight. Dorclair says if it has a handle, it's a sippy cup.
You know, it's funny when he originally put about the no handle in the chat. That's what I thought too. I was like, this is sippy cup.
That's what we called our non-handles. Tumblers were sippy cups, adult sippy cups.
Roberto says Batmobile is a tumbler. That's true.
It is.
It is. All right. We have totally gone off the rails. I am way too punchy.
Yes, we have.
Tanya, you need to take this over. Come on. Get in control here. I am not Amber. I'm not just going to sit back and be quiet. You got to jump in here, Tanya. You need to take over this stuff.
We need dragon orders.
That's
so
right.
If you are in the chat and have not ordered your dragon yet, or on the screen and have not ordered your dragon yet,
AKA you're dragging your feet.
Get to it.
Yeah.
How do I talk her into the all in? That's the thing.
Just if you get the all in, if you don't like a part, you can always sell it and you'll probably make
it's an investment.
It's an investment.
No, we're gonna sell it. I know I don't sell, but we'll sell it together. It'll be
in the meantime, we got a message here from one Anthony Hausiel says new weapons pack from the Toy Forge, tumbler hammer versus travel cup maces. There you go.
Ooh, nice.
Now, just make sure to put the dragon logo on it.
Yeah.
Lone Dragon had posted a question earlier in the chat.
This one?
Yeah. Anybody have any idea what that could be?
I just tried to place the second order her breath, and it says payment status voided. What does that mean? Doesn't seem to have payment options. So okay, so and I don't know if this is what it is, but I know when I went to go place my order just recently, it still had my stuff in the cart from the last purchase that I made, and sometimes it does that. So I would try clearing your cart first, try to clear everything out of it, and then go back in and try to make your purchase and see if that works.
You know what? Yeah, I think I remember we had a similar question to this on a Clubhouse one time for Figure Obscura. So yeah, clear your cart out, try again.
Wow, look at this. Carlo says they just backed Dragon number 3. Very nice. Nice job, Carlo.
Damn.
Carlo, I'm not sure if you caught it earlier. You know, I know you're a busy man and you were having to get to work. But we did have a part that we needed to get from you. 3D printed part. I know Jeff is really excited about this one. So if you could help us out, we're looking for this from Immortal Collections. We need this helmet for the dragon. So if you could assist us with a space helmet for a dragon, that would help us to bring this into Cosmic. So
yes,
visor doesn't need to flip up. It's perfectly the way it is. Just make and print.
And Michael Casper, as much as I would love to give you the headhunter, we pulled that about 30 minutes ago. So sorry, but appreciate the effort.
And Gina said the tumbler needs to say he got a bay, and all I got was this lousy tumbler.
Well, that's a good one.
I actually was gonna write he backed the bay, or I'm married to the one who backed the bay, or something. I don't know how I was gonna word it.
My bay backed the bay. Oh,
my bay backed the bay. Yeah.
Carlos says, "Consider it done."
Nice, so, thank you, brother.
Nice.
Well, let me show you the Joe Gonzalez set then.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll take care of that myself.
With real Joe Gonzalez shavings.
So, Jeff, now you're getting a 3D part exclusively made for this dragon that I still haven't heard has been backed yet.
That's not a pull, boss. That's not a pull. That's a pull for me. That's not a pull for her. She was like, "What? Why do we need a 3D printed part?" This is the customizing stream, dear. This is the customizing stream.
So Kevin says Jeff needs to offer to buy
yeah, I saw that.
Liz her own toy of equal or greater value.
Oh my goodness. Oh
she
boy.
got that when she got Jeff.
Oh boy.
I'll take that. I'll take that.
I was gonna say that was not an insult, Jeff. Come on now.
Listen. Okay, Jeff, I'm gonna tell you something, but don't say anything until you get the dragon. Okay, don't use this ahead of time because it's not gonna be good for you. But this is what I just found out. No, tumblers do not have handles. That is a travel mug.
That's AI. You can't trust the
That's
robots.
Google AI.
Do not tell her. Wait till you get the dragon and then be like, "Hey, by the way, you know all those tumblers that you love? They're not tumblers." Mic drop.
She heard you.
Uh-oh. Run. Turn off the stream.
The funny thing is she has a handled one and an unhandled one right next to her. I called her out.
Christian said I talked to my wife and I begged for it.
Yes. Somebody will do a Motu Granamere. Maybe not a head, but somebody will be doing a helmet. Yeah.
Dylan said to interrupt Curtis to tell everyone hi, and specifically to Jeff that I like his hat. So.
Thanks, Dylan.
Well said, Dylan. Well said.
Yeah. I love it. Michael Casper says his boo back the bay. So there you go.
All the cool kids are doing it.
Yep. Scrolling. Travel Mug is a more interesting tumbler. So, yeah.
I have to go give my boo a ride to work, and I almost forgot. So, I'll be back shortly.
See you, Joe. Have a good one.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Simple Tricks and Nonsense in the chat says, how fast are people going to repaint theirs? My first one that I get in is going to immediately start getting repainted. But appreciate you jumped in. Jeremy was actually talking about you earlier because we had asked about the possibility of, somebody customizing one of these dragons and maybe putting armor on the dragon, like some plated armor kind of thing. And he thought that the way that you guys actually do some of your cosplay might be a good fit for, kind of armoring up a dragon. So maybe something to think about. So just throwing that out there. Santa says no handle confirmed. Shh. We're not talking about that yet. We're not. Yeah, maybe later. Let's wait till he gets one first.
Not safe yet.
Yeah. And that I'm caught up on the chat. Tanya, what else?
Yes.
What else we got going on?
Hey, next Saturday, me and Tanya are going to be hanging out in real life.
That's right. IRL.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Or if
right. You
I
guys
say
don't have a show
NRL,
next
'cause I'm
Saturday.
social.
What are you at? A show or something? Where are you at?
We're going to go to the toy department.
Is
Yeah,
that
we're going to Ohio. There's a concert that
Store.
Kevin wants to go to in Ohio, and we're going to
Oh.
be just a little bit away from Stacy. And Stacy and Brian and both kids are going to come and meet us at the toy department since I've never been there.
Yep.
It's the toy store in Ohio that I
Yeah, and me and Tanya are going to go live on Instagram.
Yep.
On the Legion's Ladies Instagram page.
That will be fun. We'll definitely be tuning in for that. Bill says, Curtis will be doing video streams of painting the dragon. Absolutely. First, I'm going to do a review of an exploded dragon. Don't know how that's going to happen, but somehow I'm going to make that work.
You got to warm it in that tub.
Gotta
but then
cook it. Yes, I will be doing something with painting it.
Bathe the
Also,
bag.
Trevor has a message specifically for Jeff. Her whole collection is a lie. So you didn't hear that from me.
A lot of people's collections are alive.
I don't think my collection's ever been called a lie before.
Eric just ordered a wing set, so thank you very much.
Nice. It does help. Every little bit helps.
There's no question.
Right?
question.
Yeah.
Eric,
Eric says, wait, you're going to the toy department?
Yeah, we're going to head over to the toy department on Saturday. I guess we're meeting around lunchtime, noon.
Yep.
If Eric can make it work out, we were planning on having supper with him on Friday night.
Very nice. Like emu burgers or something? Is that
Yeah, whatever.
whatever? Okay. Oh boy. Oh, look who's in the chat. We've said nothing but positive things and really love your Tumblr.
Yeah.
Hedgehog, last we heard from Jeremy, which was about probably 40 minutes ago, we were at 3737. So yeah, like 200, basically 260, what is it, 263 or something to go. So we're getting there. We're close, closing in on it. We have about 19 more minutes here, and then we'll be switching over to Latin Legions for the next leg of the telethon. Don't forget, folks, the phone number is down there at the bottom. If you want to call the hotline, they'll direct you on where you need to go, what you need to do. But we need to get those orders in. We're closing in. We got till 11 Eastern, and that's it. No extensions.
Did she call the hotline yet?
Oh, yeah.
I played the hotline for her.
No, but did she call it? You played it for her. That doesn't count. Jeez. What kind of amateur shit is that?
I'm a toy, Oz. I'm a toy. You know.
That's true. You're a good toy, buddy.
I will be going to a local toy convention next Sunday. Yeah. It's not a huge one, but it's pretty decent, and I'm hoping to see Steve Mank from Articulated Empire there. He wasn't sure; he was still confirming whether he was going to be there or not. But last time that this convention came to town, he was here, and I picked up a couple legions off of him, so that was nice.
Which one is that?
It's QuadCon. It like rotates around from, sometimes it's in Illinois, Michigan, I think maybe Indiana and Missouri. Okay. And in Missouri, it's like, I don't know, 20 minutes from me. So it'll be here this next Sunday. I'm just not sure if Steve's going to be there yet. So
yeah.
Yes, it is a convention all about your quads. Like, you're just stretching them, you're working them, you're on the treadmill, you're doing some squats,
doing wall sits.
Wall sits for sure. Yeah.
Minute 30-second wall sits.
Wall planks. Anything against a wall. So I would have to, I think if you just look up quad, like Google QuadCon, you can find a whole schedule of all the dates and where they're at. So just FYI. All right. I gotta kill like 15 more minutes, Tanya. What do you got?
I think if you are in and around North Carolina, there is an underground North Carolina toy swap next weekend as well. I don't remember where, but I'm pretty sure. Toys. So the toy swaps in North Carolina, it's amazing. So you don't have to rent a table, and you don't have to like do anything to come. You don't have to pay to get in. They just toy people come and set up tables, and you just go around and shop, and it's such a great time. And they usually do them once a month, sometimes twice a month. And we are going to be gone for this month, so we will have to catch the one next month.
Ah, gotcha. I hear that's a lot of fun.
It is. It is a lot of fun. And you see a lot of the same people and get to know people, and it's a really good time.
And Tanya and I met the people one of the guys who co-founded the swap at Toylanta, which was really cool.
Yeah.
I have an update. Brian has now put, I got to try and move this.
He got grass on it.
Ooh.
That's
very nice.
Yeah, sorry, this isn't the way, but this, yeah.
That's great.
Oh, that looks good.
Yeah, so.
Very cool.
Closer to being done.
Yep. Good thing I woke him up, like you said, Curtis.
Yeah, that way he get to work on it.
Yeah.
Because he said that he would be done before the campaign ends tonight. So
I know.
I was pacing
just
myself.
a few short hours.
We'll see. Kent, yes, this is live. Schmerber, we need to talk. We settled some things earlier with the ladies. Doesn't work out so well for you, but we'll talk about it.
Unless you paint your toes.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's still.
I need to do a little bit more than that.
Go get a pedicure.
Darla says Kent is here. This is true. He is. So let's see. Would you like to customs? Wait. Okay. Either my brain is just not working. Because
no, that's not just you.
Okay.
Yeah. Where do you like to custom figures you got? Do you like to go to cosplay party and clothes like the custom? Oh my gosh, that's way off.
So I'm the only person that I know that has cosplayed a custom that I know of personally is Maverick cosplayed Emil's custom, and that was freaking awesome. But generally speaking, I have not seen anybody else cosplay a custom figure.
So there, hopefully that answers your question. If not, please clarify and we will try to get to you. But in the meantime, Schmerber says, I have lovely masculine toes, which first of all, that's part of the problem. That's part of the problem. But then he follows it up with, I have brown legendary barbarian toes.
That's like the exact opposite of what he just said above, with that word lovely in there.
You just totally proved why you need to cover them things. Okay? Like, ain't nobody trying to see your legendary barbarian toes.
If it looks anything like legendary barbarian's face, sir, you are sadly mistaken on what lovely is defined as.
Oh, boy.
Yes, he is. Papa Schmitty, last we heard, the total was 37-37, but that was back right around 3 o'clock. So we haven't had an update and probably won't get one on this stream. It'll probably come on Latin Legions, which is start at 4 o'clock.
Yep. In about 12 minutes.
Yes. So, but yes, so check Latin Legions out for the most current numbers. We need a big jump again. Let's go, people. We got to get the dragon funded. I need that Fury figure.
Right. Come on, folks. Are you not entertained? Huh?
Exactly.
Sorry, not as good as come on. You know what I'm doing.
Since we started dating 25 years ago, Mrs. Hedgehog has always said that I have Frodo feet. So take that as you will.
Please explain to Schmerber then.
Yeah. Listen, and I know that there's some people out there that are going to tell you that it's not a good look to wear socks with sandals. They're going to tell you that, but it's still better than your toes is out. Okay. I'm just, yeah. Sorry, Schmerber. No, we've settled it. The women that have their nails painted nicely, feet taken care of, they're supporting ovarian cancer research. They can have their toes out. Schmerber and Mark, you need to cover them up. So, yeah, that's it.
Oh yeah, Eastern Standard Time. It is only 2:49. But yeah, still starts at 3.
Yeah, it starts in 11 minutes. So.
Yeah.
11 minutes. They are getting ready to go. I'm trying to get Jesse or Dooch over here to close this one so that I can log into the other one, because I can't have a miss in coverage. And so I'm trying to get one of them to come over here.
Can't help you here.
You know what? This is Purple Gang says, Curtis, check your DMs. I sent you some pics. Now,
that's no.
Here's the thing. If that's Jordan, it might be something that I need to bring up for the campaign. He sent me some videos. He's done some flyer type things.
That's true.
If it's Van,
it'll be feet pick.
It's 100% feet picks. So I've got a 50-50 chance of either throwing up or adding some sort of important information to the stream. And I just got a notification on my phone that it says Van just sent something. So I'm going to stay away. I am not going to pull this up. And we're just going to take a chance. And if it was something super important, I missed out. So,
oops.
Yeah. There you go. Captain Firebeer Baker. Love this community. Big love to all. Got to catch up on some of these streams. There's a lot of hours out there. A lot of hours.
Yeah, that's an intense watch. But if you would like, on the Astrodamus Toys channel, I've been adding all the videos to a singular playlist. So it'll take you to each of the channels that has streamed, and then you can watch the entire show. But it's all
Tanya, Anthony has sent you a DM. And then I got a message that from Van that says, Jordan, send him the important info. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. It is not. It is not the important information from Jordan. It is going to be you. And yeah, we're not doing that.
I told Brian the other day, I was like, man, I should send Curtis, or I think it was last night. I was like, man, I think I should send Curtis a picture of my feet. Because I do have cute feet.
We listen, we've settled it. You guys can have your feet out. I don't need the pics. I already got one from Tanya. She sent me one the other day, and I'm like, I'm good. I'm good. Appreciate it. Check who has a fax machine? Why are you faxing me feet? No. Yeah, don't do that. and definitely, Schmerber, I don't want. I've already seen plenty of yours. I don't need any more of that. So,
where's the feet fax?
Yeah. Liz, I don't know. Probably because you have not purchased a dragon yet. That's probably what happened here. Yes. If you buy a dragon,
Liz, let's get that dragon.
It'll help me to
You
get
know
out
you
of
want it. You've seen it. It is so cool. It is the coolest thing, Liz.
It is very cool.
She talked about the dragon all Legion's Con weekend.
I mean, you sat there and looked at it. It is so cool.
It is.
That's awesome.
Funny.
I think I gotta get off the stream in like 7 minutes, and then we'll talk.
Yeah, I'm man. I'm gonna have to try to go into the one stream for Latin Legions and still run I'm gonna have to dual stream myself.
Yeah.
I've never dual streamed myself, but I'm gonna have to try to do it because I'm not getting. Jesse said he's got a friend over. Dooch is being Dooch. He's not answering. So yeah,
Joe could come back. He is,
but he's taking his girlfriend to work. So
yeah, that's not happening.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll see what we can do. I'm gonna try to dual stream myself. So, oh come on, you know what? I'm opening this to try to think, and sure enough, Van's crap.
Oh, no. Damn.
You just gotta like pop up out of nowhere. You know, and you know what? It's not even from Van, it's Jordan. Jordan, you let me down. You let me down. I expect this kind of nonsense from Van. I did not expect it from Jordan. Wow.
Kevin said
the betrayal.
Liz realize that she can use the wings as quirky food trays.
This is what I got from Jordan. I'm so disappointed.
Oh.
So disappointed. I did get towed.
Crazy.
Yes. Yeah. Man. Wow.
Important information.
Yeah, that was the important information.
I mean, it still could have been worse.
So
Could have been worse.
Yeah, could add like fungus toes.
yeah. All right. I am trying to get into the Latin Legions one right now. Let's see. I will turn off my mic over there, but they'll still be able to see me into the studio. They're going to see me, but then they're not going to be able to hear me.
But you're on both streams.
Like I'm both. So now you guys can hear. You can hear them through this stream, even though they're on that stream and they haven't started that stream yet.
Oh, it gets confusing, Curtis. I've been where you're at, man. It gets wild.
Oh boy, good stuff.
I just reorganized the playlist. It's back in order for anybody that wants to go back all the way to the Purple Gang pre-show and try to catch up. I suggest doing it after 11 p.m. Eastern Standard.
Now Brett's getting involved in this. Brett, come on, man.
Uh-oh.
All right. Well, folks, appreciate you jumping in here. Appreciate you talking some dragons with us. You know, doing some cool stuff. You know, Tanya and when Amber was on earlier and Stacy, appreciate the Legions ladies joining for this. It was very awesome. I liked it.
Mm-hmm. I liked it too. It was a lot of fun. Now,
Yeah,
Curtis, what hour are we going on? How long have you been up?
Let's see.
Curtis, you started with the pre-show technically.
Started at 9 p.m. Eastern.
Yep.
So whatever that is.
7 p.m. Central. or
I don't
8
know how you
p.m.
haven't
Central.
gone to the bathroom to this whole time.
Oh, I've gone a couple times. It's mostly been as I'm switching streams.
Got water bottles under his feet.
Switching streams.
Small breaks.
Yeah.
You're going like a trucker. Just
Yeah.
have a water bottle
Yeah.
under the table.
It's
Darla,
got
hold this for me.
pens, colostomy bags,
Texas catheter. So,
it's got the whole line.
yeah. So,
Darla, bathroom.
tune into Art by Ackerman tomorrow morning. I got another How'd They Do That dropping. I believe it's with John Caulfield, if I remember right.
No, you already dropped that.
Okay, then tomorrow's is Stephen Bisciotti, the Lord Stephen Bisciotti. Tune in to Legion's Ladies on Thursdays for Robo, very special edition because Tanya's got her bestie on there. And then next week, if you're in Ohio, go see Tanya and Stacy at this toy department and have some fun in Ohio. And if you're here, if you're in St. Charles, you can see me at QuadCon next Sunday. So, Oz, anything you got coming up you want to promote?
Oh man, well, you guys know you will always be able to catch me on Let's Go Off-World on Friday nights, and then next Saturday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to be rolling into the clubhouse to open up some more toys, free them from their cardboard prisons, and just hang out, having a good time, goofing off, talking shit, whatever. Other than that, I don't actually think I have any projects on the horizon right now otherwise, but that's probably a lie, and I'll keep you all updated later.
All right. And Jeffrey, Dragon?
Dragon project today. More Dragon project tomorrow because then it's got to get here. But Let's Go Off-Road podcast every Friday night with the Curtis Ackerman and Oz, Joe G, and whoever else pops in with us. We enjoy talking about different things every Friday. And then I'm slowly finishing.
I gotta get to the other stream. We gotta wrap this up.
You got 3 minutes. 1 minute.
No, 1 minute.
Cosmic Contact in the Cosmic Cabal, and that's going to be moving over to YouTube. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.